Okay, since we know Josh is he should be joining us pretty soon now. Why don't I'll call the meeting to order at, what time is it? 9:08. And are there any changes to the agenda?
No.
Nope. Okay, so we can do the pledge to the flag, same as the other day. I think it's kind of weird when we all stand up and we see our stomachs on the screen. If you'll just put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. You guys can all unmute for that, so I'm not the only one, pledging away. I live in fear that I'm going to say it wrong someday.
I think it works best on Zoom meetings when just one person recites it and
probably. We'll take turns then, or maybe we'll just go back in our room together soon. Gabby, you're all fancy dressed up on a Saturday morning too.
Oh, I just like to wear makeup. So
no, I have too, but I have on
it's the red lipstick. The red lipstick makes it stand out more. That's really the trick.
Okay. I'm gonna play that fancy like song for you. Or you and I can do a fancy like dance, put it on TikTok. Okay. Anyway, so public comments, Laura, we got one public comment that said, I put it somewhere really smart. Greg, do you have it?
Yes, the individual is Robert Keel, and it was going to be a verbal comment. Okay. Related to bringing students back to in-person instruction.
Is Robert Keel with us?
In looking at the participant list, no.
Okay.
So if he happens to join in, he could provide his comments, but right now, no.
Okay. I think we all share a sentiment that we'd love our students to come back on campus. So,
yeah.
Okay. So this is the first part of our meeting is the follow-up from our special board meeting on January 8th, which I thought was a very productive meeting. And thank you, Helen, for joining us again to do this follow-up to what we did that day. And with that, I guess I'm going to say did that day is turn it over to you. But you're going to have to do it yourself.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much, Trustee McKay, and it's good to see all of you again. I've been working for you since I saw you last, and here we are. We didn't get to finish, and so we have a few things to do today. And one of those assignments, quote unquote, the homework assignment you had was to do a little quiz over board CEO roles. And Laura and I have been trying to figure out how we could do this, and we wanted to do polling, but that couldn't work. So we're just going to walk through and we'll see where you are, what your answers were, and we'll talk about the answers. And there are 35, we have 2 hours, but we have other things we have to review as well. The changes to the report that was done by Dr. Harris, you received those yesterday. The a kind of summary around the Standard 10 leadership and governance from the ACCJC. We walked through those and you rated them. And so we have a kind of summary sheet on that. So those are the 2 things. Greg, was there a third?
No, that covers it. Those 3 things, your rating form, and then the CBT updates and the standard 4C action steps and summary. Yeah.
All right. And so we have until 11 o'clock. We'll take a break halfway in between, if that's okay, 5 minutes or so. And we'll try to get through these 35. We'll see if we make it in the first half or first part of this. So Laura, can you project please now? We'll start the projection. And I think each of you has your sheets. Thank you so much for filling those out. And I did watch your board meeting. It took me most of yesterday off and on. the one you had last week. And I do have some comments if you're interested, just some feedback on that. Just a few things. I thought it was well, I'll share that. Well, I could actually talk about it while we're waiting for Laura to get that up.
Yeah, I know. I'm interested in hearing, so.
Well, yeah, I thought, well, the thing what I think about with board meetings is what the purpose is. And it's technically your business meeting. And in your case, you meet once a month, and a college district has a huge amount of business. And all of you obviously, excuse me, feel very responsible, and you should. And you ask questions, and you are attending to the business of the district. And one of the things I think I heard last week is that you're concerned about, or no, it's 2 weeks ago, concerned about the length of time your meetings take. And overall, I thought it was a good meet. You have a lot of business. And so it just takes time to get through the business, but it's not so much the what as it is the how you do it. And so I made some notes, and one of the things, and you know all of these things already, I know, but there were a couple of instances where the staff were asked questions for which they were not prepared. And that's not in your ground rules that you let the board know, because one thing, for my being on both sides of this, having been a board member and then having been on the staff side, you don't want to make the staff look bad at a meeting where they can't. So if they're prepared for the question, they're much better off than they are if they're not. And if you could and sometimes the board member doesn't know until he or she gets in the meeting what question he or she's going to ask. But if you know in advance, I'm thinking you must have a policy or a mechanism or an agreement to alert the chancellor about any questions you have about the agenda, about anything in the agenda. So the things you know in advance of the meeting, let them know so that they can be prepared to answer that question. And so that happened a couple of times where the staff just didn't know the answer. And it could have been that the board member just thought of it at that time. The other really long discussion that I thought was just too long was around the scholarships. And I don't know all that came before the scholarship. I think you probably had that before, and it wasn't something you were voting on. But there are a couple of ways you can handle things on which you want more information. And I don't know if I wasn't sure whether you realized you wanted more information about scholarships before that meeting, because it was just on there for discussion. You didn't have to vote on it. But that discussion, you got into so much of the details of the scholarship piece. I think after about 10 or 15 minutes into that, or maybe even 10, it should have been determined, what is it that the board wants? What do you want to know here? What are you trying to get at? Give the staff some really clear directions on that so that they can be prepared to answer those questions. Because it's such an important topic, and at least 3 of you are really interested in that and wanting to delve more deeply, and it's a really good issue and you need more time. It seems to me that it wasn't agendized for that. It needs to be one of those kind of special report topics where you set aside. So in the next meeting, we're going to have 30 minutes or an hour to talk about scholarships and get the board all the information it needs. But it was, to me, just way too long for the business meeting part. Get what they want, get what the board wants, have the staff work on it, come back with all that information so that you can have a kind of deep discussion. You can delve more deeply in it in a more formalized way, and that would have saved a lot of time.
Helen, was that the student pay?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean scholarships.
Yeah.
I meant student worker pay. Worker pay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that one, it took a lot of time on that, but in my opinion, it should have gone a different direction, because you're going to come back to it anyway. That was a final decision. And then you just need to determine if it's going to be in a meeting like today, if you're going to dedicate an hour, 30 minutes in an upcoming meeting just to focus on that. But when it's not agendized for that, it just gets you off and wears people out. And the other thing you have to think about in your board meeting is, how much can you take? At what point is the board no longer really effective? Are you tired? and you need to go, because some boards say we will not go past 4 hours or 3 hours because we're just not effective at that point. You guys seem to learn it all the way through, but that's something you might want to think about. And then things like changes to the minutes, if they're not huge changes, like Brian, in your case, the spelling of your name, if that was something that could have been just a note written to the secretary, to Laura, to say, my name is misspelled, for those minor kind of changes, in my opinion, there's no need to point that out verbally in the meeting, or you can just note that I had a change and I already reported, it's been recorded. I don't know if it was already in there or not. I'm just saying that that's a way that you can do that. And then I'm pulling items from the agenda, especially on consent. The purpose of the consent agenda, all the items on the consent agenda, the assumption is that those items are there because they require no discussion. They're just kind of the understood, accepted kind of routine things. When you pull items, and it's fine to pull, if you find that things are pulled repeatedly, you might want to move them from the consent to the non-consent so they can be discussed and voted on one at a time. And it didn't seem that you had any of those. But if those are not, don't require changes, if they're just comments or compliments or whatever, those could be given in the board members report or whatever, because the idea there is that you approve all those items in one fell swoop.
And you also mentioned that I could say at the beginning, or do you have any comments on the agenda, the consent agenda? And then, or do you have any items that you'd like to pull? So then you could make the comments, especially the complimentary ones, right then, and we move on.
And you move on, and then you don't have to pull them just because there are no changes necessary or anything like that. Yes. So Trustee McKay and I talked about some of this yesterday. So those are just my comments. I think you just need to be mindful of the time. You guys have a lot of questions, and the questions are, I think, good questions. And then the other one, I got kind of lost on it. The one about the discussion around the audit. It seemed that the staff didn't know about those questions in advance. And so, or even the auditors, and it's always good because those people kind of need to know in advance what you're going to ask so that they can be prepared. That's a lot of technical information, even if you're the one who did the report. So that's my feedback. I thought, Trustee McKay, I thought you did, it's hard to, I think you did a good job in trying to run in holding it together. I just think some things just went on a little too long, and you have to make a determination about how far are we going to go into this particular item in this meeting? Is this something we need to carry over or not? So
thank you.
That's my feedback.
Thank you very much for the valuable feedback. I will say it has been traditionally, with the questions and answers, a little more difficult on 3-day weekends. We have a Tuesday meeting, and if staff isn't available on the Monday because of a holiday, we tend to have more questions that come up that didn't get answered. So that's just, but we also had a light agenda. But I just will say that has been, we've talked about that kind of over and over, like maybe could we get our agenda sooner so that we don't lose that day of asking questions.
Yeah, it's a lot to preview in advance, and much of it you don't see until you get there. I mean, and you don't even think of it. I mean, everybody has different jobs and everything. And then the other thing that I wanted to say about the time your meeting starts, the meeting, I don't think you need to spend a lot of time talking about what time you start your meeting. The meeting starts when everybody can get there. You settle on a time. You don't want board members to miss anything. And so unless there's some extenuating circumstance, you start without everybody, but everybody needs to be there. So that's the time you start. And you guys, I think, spent a lot of time discussing that, which you didn't need to do. That was just, you could have been discussing other things. You have so many other important things to talk about. Starting time is pretty easy to settle. I think you probably settled it by now. Okay, so I'm sorry.
Josh has his hand up.
Okay, I can't see. Yeah, go ahead, please.
One of the things for me from the takeaway from the meeting was a large item was pulled, and that had to do with information being needed for 2 trustees, but in turn the whole board on legal services. So that was one of the takeaways. So I guess my question is, or concern, a little bit of frustration is, like, there was a very clear message from that meeting that for this item to move forward, hopefully in February, some more information is going to be required. But since that meeting, and I know it's only been a
Few days.
but there's been no contact from the district to the trustees saying, okay, we heard you loud and clear. What additional information is going to get you in a comfortable place to move this forward? And that I'm hopeful that conversation is going to come, not at a board meeting, but in between, and then it's on the agenda and we can push this item, get it.
And I did want to speak to that one, and I was going to talk to Greg separately about that on legal services.
Great. Okay. I just wanted to voice that.
Yeah, because much of what happens with legal services, you can't do publicly.
Sure, I agree. And I think,
and so that was what kind of disturbed me a little bit about that conversation, because you were bordering into, you don't want to, that information has to be given to you separately. It can't be given to you in a public meeting.
correct.
And a lot of those expenses are around legal issues and confidential and collective bargaining information that cannot be shared publicly and would have to be given to you separately.
Of course. And I think though that, this also is a bridge to, for example, the student pay issue, because this has been brought up before. And actually, I think 3 months ago, where we discussed, okay, we would like some additional information. And, I think this is really an opportunity for a partnership for the district and the board to say, well, here's our options of additional information we can provide, opposed to just saying, because
from what I heard, and I don't want to belabor this, but from what I heard in that meeting, it seems that the district is now on the right track to do that. But it seems you just need to have a separate meeting or discussion around that and not take up a whole board meeting with that, because it's hard. I was having difficulty just listening, discerning what it was you wanted. And so, but you just have to be clear in what it is you want, what it is you're trying to achieve. I think there needs to be some kind of goal set around that, so that the staff knows exactly what to bring to you, and that you yourselves know what it is you want, because that wasn't clear, and you need to be in agreement on it. So I'm going to move to the quiz now, because we could talk about that all day, but it seems to me that they're on the right track. So let's just run through these. The first one, establish policies that define criteria for the organizational structure and delegate authority to the CEO to determine the organizational structure. All right, so is there anybody, so I know some of you, so we're giving you the options to say whether this is a board responsibility, a chancellor responsibility in your case, or is there some responsibility for both? Is there anyone is there anyone who chose chancellor for this one? Did everybody choose board for this? Anybody not choose board? Okay, easy one. You read the first line in here: establish policies, define criteria, delegate authority. This is what the chancellor does. And so this is what we can take. The scholarship example as one, where you establish the policies around that student. I keep saying scholarship, I'm sorry. The student worker pay, you're part of the policies around that. And you tell them what you want around it, and you delegate authority. That's what you did the other night to the chancellor, to come up with this, to bring this back to you whenever it comes back. The next one, determine a consultation with key college personnel, an organizational structure that is designed to achieve institutional goals and meet board standards for effective organization. This should be chancellor. Did anybody not choose chancellor?
I'm actually looking for my quiz.
Well, I have your quiz.
I know it was sent back to us, but I didn't pull it out for today. So I don't think I did. but-
Okay, I can tell you what you put.
Yeah, just saying. You've got my answers. I don't.
I'm saying that, let me see here.
Hey, Dr. Benjamin,
Yes,
for this one, I clearly put chancellor, but the confusing part for me, and I think it highlights the need, I'll say it this way, the need for consistency for the chancellor to work with all board in a consistent way, because, you know, past board members have been allowed or encouraged, but have been present at consultation and with the cabinet. And that's been confusing because, you know, other board members have told, well, no, that's super inappropriate. We're not going to do that. But then other trustees are there and are a key part of that conversation. So
I've never been in 10 years, except for when you guys know I'm going to talk about the board eval.
Right,
I only stay for that item.
Yeah, we've had, I think trustee Perez, when he was chair, was there a few times for a specific purpose, but typically we would not want trustees in cabinet or consultation council. I don't know why that's confusing.
well, it's just that, like, you have one trustee that's been there a couple times and then there's a hard no. And I don't want to be there. Please don't take this as like, you know, I want to be there, but when something is appropriate for one trustee but is not appropriate for the others, or is a best practice and we don't follow it with consistency, it's confusing and it blurs.
Yeah, I'm curious when was the last time that happened?
2 years ago.
Oh, so it's been 2 years. So let's hope it's no longer a practice.
Hope so. Thank you.
It's long enough it seems to me it's not, but typically members of the board are not involved in any staff meetings. And you see in number 1, the third part of that says delegate authority. So number 1, establish policies that define criteria for organizational structure. And this one is determine in consultation with personnel what that structure would be. So you see the difference there in the board role and then what the chancellor has to do. That's a good example. Board operations, and Diane, you did say that would be the chancellor on number 2. Board operations, prepare meeting agenda items that engage trustees in board policy level discussions. I'm thinking that should be the chancellor. Did anybody, well, but I take that back. Did anybody put both for that one?
I did. I put both.
Yeah,
I did as well, Ms. Benjamin.
yeah. Did anybody else put both?
I don't think I did. I didn't do very many boths. I was trying really hard to do one or the other.
Yeah, I'm saying both on this one because sometimes, well, you guys do further items, you know, and future items rather, and that comes up, and sometimes the chancellor has to have a consultation with the board president about what should be on the agenda. You have to reflect back on what the board said. The chancellor's doing the technical work there, of course, putting it all together, looking back over the minutes and reviewing tapes to see what happens. But and in your district, Diane, you don't participate in the development of the agenda with the chair?
We do
With the chair.
agenda, chair and vice chair do agenda setting so that we kind of know what's going to be on the agenda. We remind if there was, you know, something that was really important in the last board meeting that we need to bring forward. But it's the chancellor, if something's not ready, we have to wait another month. That's kind of his decision.
Okay, so it has to be somewhat in consultation with the chair, vice chair.
Yeah, I always think it's important to have the vice chair there because the chair can get sick and then the vice chair doesn't know.
Absolutely, right. I know that was my practice when I had that job. Okay, any other comments on number 3?
Josh has his hand up.
Yeah, I think actually this is one of the really positive things that we accomplish at the board meeting. So we have an item on the agenda for future items, and it rarely go, I mean, it doesn't really go sideways. It stays very focused, and the board's able to be updated as, hey, we need more time for this item, but it will be, like, take, for example, the Santa Clara River Valley. Like, there's a priority
Right,
to have a
right.
conversation about that, but it's a big item and it's going to be super complex. And there's definitely an understanding of patience for that, but it's nice that the whole board can get behind it and be updated in public. on
Yes.
those items.
And then it's the chancellor's responsibility to capture all that and put together an agenda that engages trustees, as it says here. Okay, define meetings and meeting practices. So,
I put board, I think, didn't I?
yeah, I think, anybody think differently on that one? The one thing I like to remind board members of, because a lot of times the board thinks about all these other things. You think about the community, you think about the unions, you think about the faculty, all these different things. But this is your meeting. It's not the community's meeting. It's not the Senate's meeting, either classified or academic or unions or whatever. It's your meetings. You make all the decisions about these meetings, when they are, the order, the agenda, all of those things, that's you. It's your meeting. It's not somebody else's meeting, some other group's meeting. It's the board's meeting. And number 5, adopt and follow policies that define structure and role of the board and its officers and establish standards for trustee and board behavior. Did anybody not put board there?
I assume
Okay.
you'll call me out if I did something wrong, Helen, since I can't find mine.
Oh, all right. So number 5, you look for your emails from me, because I sent it to you
Oh,
individually.
is that who said? Okay, that's why I'm doing wrong.
That's why you can't find it. I sent it.
Okay.
Okay, and you did put board there. Comments on that one? Number 6, define the level of information and support desired for the president. Study and discuss the information provided. Should be board, right? Anybody not put board? And that's an important one. Any comments on that?
Yes, Helen, I actually put both board and chancellor on this
Okay,
because I
too.
see the chancellor needing to learn to key off of the board in terms of how much and what kind of information is brought forward based upon prior discussions at previous board meetings. So we learn to be more efficient and more effective in what we want to discuss and what we want to share with each other. So I thought that there was some responsibility on the part of the chancellor, although more for the board.
I agree completely. Other comments on this one? This one is really critical for success of the team, because as I mentioned in the retreat, it's a partnership between the two of you, and the expectations really need to be known.
Yeah, I see now. I mean, I think of how long Josh waited for that student worker item, that if we would have tightened down what it is he wanted from it, we would have been able to, I think, move it along further.
Yes. And then it seems, though, from the conversation, that there are things that other board members want from that as well. So to get the feelings of everybody that is good in that situation. Lead the institution through effective governing policies. What'd you do there? Lead the institution through effective governing policies.
I put board.
Anybody?
I put chancellor.
Okay, so let's hear arguments for each. Why, Josh?
I think the key word there was lead, and like, I mean, of course there's leadership within the board, but it just felt very much operations, like the chancellor, he or she is going to take the sort of vision and lead it through the policies, like I took it as implementing the policies through operations.
And I guess I took the exact opposite, that it was making sure the policies govern, like the sustainability resolution, that, you know, that those that we want, we're leading through those policies. So.
Yeah, what you're describing in my mind, Trustee McKay, is oversight, making sure it gets done. And the leading part is leading the institution. The chancellor leads the institution. I think that's the difference there. I would put chancellor there. Any other comments on that one?
Well, maybe I was overthinking all these questions, and even today, as I see them again, I'm having different responses, but I keyed off every time I saw policies. I thought there was a role for the board in there, and on certain occasions, of course, the chancellor, in this case, the chancellor would help the board in deriving at good governing policies. So, and again, it speaks to what we've heard before, the partnership between the board and CEO.
Yeah, I hear implementing. I agree with Josh on this. I hear leading the institution through.
Benjamin.
Yes, Trustee
Yes.
Torres.
So I saw the word implement in number 9. So I knew that one was very specific to the chancellor. And so for number 7, when I thought of lead, I saw more the visionary of leading. And I saw this a collaborative between the board and the chancellor, because in order for us to create effective policy, we also need to understand the practices that are maybe occurring in the institution. And the chancellor might guide us in saying, this is where we are now. And so we don't have a policy. So we might need to create a policy. So I really saw number 7, a collaborative between the chancellor and the board, the chancellor being able to let us know as he's leading the institution what's needed in order for us to be able to create that policy. And so, which I saw it comes maybe through studies. And so that's where, for me, it was both of us collaboratively, because in order for us to create that policy, we need his input. So that's just how I read it. Also, after looking at number 9, that was specific to implementing policy, I knew that was the chancellor's, but that's my perspective.
Yeah, these are all good arguments. I'm not going to argue against them. Other comments? I think we heard from just about everybody on this one. Number 8, ensure that board policies are up to date and followed. Who gets to do that? Who should do that?
I put board.
I put both.
I
I put both, with the board being ultimately responsible. I mean, there are policies, so.
Okay. So when something comes from CCLC, there's an update, it goes to the chancellor's office.
I see where you're going, and then it goes through all the governance process, and then it comes to us.
Yeah, I agree. I think both have a role in that. Up to date, you're checking to make sure chancellor gets all that information. Should have somebody bird dogging that, actually, for lack of a better term.
We're on policy committee, which Gab
Yes.
we have a big spreadsheet of all our policies and when the last time they were reviewed.
Oh, excellent. So you guys are on that. You're really involved in it. So it is, in your case, the board has a huge role.
Yeah.
Okay. Implement and comply with board policy. So Trustee Torres?
That was the C, the chancellor.
Yes. Did anybody do a combination on that one? Both the chancellor and the board?
I did a combo.
I did as
Okay.
well. I think it's incumbent upon both. We have to walk our talk also, even though the action part is more on the chancellor's plate.
Yes. You want to comment on that, Trustee Chancellor?
No, I agree with Trustee Mantu. That just seemed like a partnership.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Benjamin, I chose just the chancellor because the majority of the board policies are pertaining to really the business of the colleges. And so there are some board policies our own that we have for ourselves, but they're very limited, just the ones to the board. The majority are really the business of the district. So implementing and complying with the board policies, I just saw it more so, if we look at it in a grand scale, much more so the chancellor, because he's ensuring that they're being followed and within the different colleges in the district. So I just felt that this one was more really specific to the chancellor's office, but just my comment.
Okay, the other thing, and we've been focusing on this in the last couple of weeks, is that the board also has to comply with those policies. And you guys have been pointing out some specific policies where and we reviewed some. So there's on that side of it too, for the board, there's a compliance piece. Comments, other comments? Okay, lead and administer the institution. So did anybody put both for that one, B and C?
Nope.
Nope. All right. So I'm assuming you put C.
Well,
Did anybody not
I was
choose?
such a rule follower. I actually put P because that's what was asked for.
That's fine. That
Same
was my error.
here.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah. So, but the CEO for this one, did everybody put CEO for this one? Anybody put board?
Well, again, I put both with the CEO leads, and again, overthinking that we do have a role. So, but I see
Yes.
them.
Yes. Okay. And then 11, create a positive climate for effective leadership through supporting institutional leaders and modeling integrity, vision, and ethical behavior. Trustee McKay, what'd you put? Trustee McKay, what'd you
I
put there?
Board.
Put
I
the
put
board?
board.
Create a positive climate for effective leadership through supporting institutional leaders and modeling integrity, vision, and ethical behavior. I put board. I thought if not us, then who?
Okay.
I disagree somewhat. I think it's everybody's job.
I put both as well.
I would have put an E for everyone if I could.
Okay. Both those are, yeah, I can see both. I don't have an objection. Other comments on that one? Okay, let's go to policy making. Identify and discuss broad policy level values inherent in issues before the board. Did anybody identify and discuss? Did anybody not put board? Okay.
I put both on that. But I
Okay.
think we already discussed it in the other item.
Okay.
I, oh, just like Josh, I also included the chancellor because it's really a partnership as we're really identifying and discussing broad policy levels. I also see the high involvement of the board, I'm sorry, of the chancellor and getting his perspective. So I also included the chancellor in this one.
Okay. Other comments? Reference and use current policy when making decisions.
I put both because sometimes, like when we're reviewing a new policy, and for changes, if we don't change it, then it stays the way it is. So you kind of have to reference what is there when reviewing something new. And then,
Okay.
of course, obviously the CEO has to, use the current policy. And I think sometimes we forget that when we don't move a policy along or vote for it, that then the old policy that may be worse stays in place.
Okay. Other comments on this one?
I also put both.
Okay, makes sense to me. And I have to tell you that I got these, you've seen that list from CCLC on board and CEO roles.
Yes.
That's where I got all these and I just mixed them up. And it's interesting if you want to go back and see where they had them. Okay, the next one, identify broad policy implications inherent in issues and agenda items presented for board discussion. Identify broad policy implications. Responses to that one?
I put both.
Okay. Anybody else put both or only one?
I just put board.
I put both.
I did the chancellor. That's what I wrote down, chancellor.
I did both as well, but I agree with Trustee Torres that this is a heavy responsibility of the chancellor in terms of explaining and outlining, these concepts and why we do this, and helping us understand that responsibility.
Yes. And you know that the chancellor, I mean, your chancellor has to be, a primary role of the chancellor is that of giving advice. You make final decisions, but the chancellor presents all sides of everything to you so that you have all the information you need to make decisions. So that certainly applies here in 14. And 15, seek general input from the board prior to drafting policy. Trustee Torres, what'd you do there?
I did see, and I also wanted to include actually because being part of the ad hoc, or not the ad hoc, but the standing committee of policy, we also need to get input from our board members and then go and do the work alongside with the chancellor through that committee and then bring it back to the board. But we can't do that without first having heard from our board members that there's additional things that we'd like to eliminate or add on a policy. And then we go back and do the work alongside with the chancellor, and the chancellor also provides his input. So that's how I saw it. In my response is at being 15, C, that's what I have written down. But then doing the work that we do here in our district,
yes, the way you're organized. Yes,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
We've
Yes.
for several years, we were frustrated because all this work would happen on a board policy and the board hadn't even weighed in at all on how we felt about it. So we kind of tried to make it that it spun by us first. If a big policy change was going to happen, we could at least weigh in on what was important to us before it went through all those governance committees and then just came to us and we're like, no, that's not what so that we try to at least spin it by the board first if it's not just a technical change from CCLC.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I mean, that's really assuming your policy role in a strong way. Other comments on 15? Okay,
I have
establishment. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. And I'm going to kind of combine a lot of these policy points or questions in just, it's a question for the board and I want to tap into something you just said, Dr. Benjamin, in a sense that when it comes to policy in the board, it's important that the district provides both sides. And I'm curious if the board feels that we are achieving that. And I don't want to debate the issue on the student pay, but I think that's a good example of that is, 3 months ago, there was an interest to discuss it. And then we fast forward, there was more data provided, but there weren't, I don't want to say tangible, but there weren't concrete different options to look at for the board to say, okay, here's what we want to get behind. It was just more data and a big question mark. So I really like how you phrased it, is it's up to the chancellor or the district to provide different perspectives or options on some of these policies versus just here's what we've done and here's the new recommendation for language, So I think options are really important.
Right. And what I liked about that discussion, I was listening more closely than I realized, because this is coming back to me and I don't know which employee it was, but she brought up this potential issue with it, which is good. And this is what they're supposed to tell you. Now, if we do this way, we may have an issue with our union. Now, there are some districts who do what you're suggesting we do, but we need to be mindful of these things. And that's part of all of that identification of the implications inherent in anything you're trying to develop. So yes, that's their job. The chancellor is your advisor, is your quote unquote expert on whatever it is, has to present you with all the information so that you make really good decisions, that you've considered all the angles, all the possibilities, all the things that could go wrong, as much as they can tell you anyway, but you make the final decision based on this information that they bring to you. And I could hear they've been thinking about it. They know this stuff and they can't be shy about telling you, even if you don't like it, what you hear.
Right, and I would say,
But there's an obligation on the part of the chancellor to make sure that you have all the information, positive, negative, in between.
and with respect, we've been talking about it kind of off and on, and we've, we had asked about SEIU's feelings about it. So I was really surprised that we didn't have an opinion from the bargaining unit to staff to report to us when we discussed that.
Yeah, it's all coming. I think it's coming, but
Yeah.
but that's what they're obligated to do. And if and you decide. I give you everything I know about it. I tell you all the things that could go wrong, how this could backfire, what's really, really great about it, how it would be to our advantage, but the board makes the final decision. Okay, thank you, Trustee Chancellor, for pointing that out. 16, establish and manage a system for periodic review of board policy. Who does that? Now, with your committee, it may be a little different here.
I put Chancellor.
I put both just because of how we do it.
Just because of how you do it, yes.
I put Chancellor because the Chancellor and his staff or her staff have to organize those policy meetings anyway. It's an executive function, if not a clerical function, just to set that up.
Yeah, but you have a board policy committee that does some of that too, so I can see why people, I know Trustee Torres, you put you put both? I'm guessing.
I did, and it's because of, there might be also, so there's sometimes what comes to the committee, and so what we're gonna start doing now is, as the chair of that committee, we just started having agenda meetings also, because we see what the board's team or what the chancellor is going to be presenting, just policies because of a CCLC that when they need to be updated. But there might be other policies as we're also looking at DEI, because we're looking also at the language of our board policies to make sure that they're aligned with what we believe. So at this moment in time, there might be other policies that as a board, they might not necessarily be coming to us to change the language from CCLC, or because we need to add certain terminology because of legal advice. But there might be some just as a district that we want to revisit a little more, just like the student worker pay, just like, let's say, grievances. So that's where we see that combination happening between us, and also in addition to what the staff will bring us that are just up for reviews in order to be in compliance with the review of policies from ACCJC. So that's where we see our heavily involving ourselves, much more so perhaps in other districts, and really looking at our policies.
And so the establishing and managing the system, though, that part of it, I think that is the chancellor has to make sure
Yes.
that all of this happens, but you guys have a role. Periodic review policies to ensure they are up to date. Whose responsibility is that?
Again, I put both, but I think it's because Trustee Torres and I are on that committee, and so that's, I'm guessing she put both as well, but maybe not.
Okay.
Yeah, the chancellor's staff is also heavily involved. We have now a vice chancellor of institutional effectiveness, which we didn't have for a while. And so they're also, it's really a collaborative where they're also looking into what just needs to be reviewed and able to push through. And but it really does fall, the majority of this terms the chancellor's office, and ensuring that our policies are up to date and they're on that list, and we're reviewing the ones that need to be reviewed. And if we need to make sure that we pass them or approve of them. So it really does, the heavy lifting in terms of the work does fall into the chancellor's office.
Okay. So now we're going to move from policy making to planning. Ensure that the policy direction meets current and future community needs. If we had to choose one on here, I'm going to force a choice here. Would you choose one? Would it be the board or the chancellor?
Board.
Okay. Does anybody think this is a responsibility of the chancellor?
I wrote the chancellor, and the reason for me is because I really see him leading this institution and working within the colleges, and nobody knows it better than him, really, because he's in this work, and he's really meeting with also community stakeholders. He understands the entire community, the chancellor, because this is what he does. This is the institution. So when I see ensure that the policy direction, he's not establishing the policy, but he's leading it through the direction that he already has, that it meets the current and future community needs. And if for some reason it's not, I see as the chancellor letting us know these are the needs. For example, and I'm using an example, we're now moving towards DEI. Our work is focusing more on HR in these departments, and I see him as letting us know. Of course, we're always involved, but when I see the word ensure, there's no way I can ensure things are getting done. That's only the chancellor, because I'm able to develop policy, but he's going to ensure it gets done. So I really focus on that work, ensure that's on his role.
All right, somebody who said board, well, let's hear from you.
Go ahead, Bernardo.
Yeah, the instructions said if the stated item is in the purview of the board or the college president, and policy, we keep, the point is hammered home that the board is in policy, which is not the what, not the how. And so, although I do see Gabby's interpretation of the question about the word ensure, but still, I think we're heavily engaged in setting the policy, and that has been a longstanding question of the board, past and current, is how does the board know, how do we close the loop that the policy direction is being met in the implementation? So, but board is where I lean toward in this number
Okay.
18.
Yeah, and Helen, I'm sorry that you wanted us to choose one or the other, because
No, I was just forcing a choice on this one.
yeah,
Go ahead.
the policy is the board's big domain, and not a meeting goes by but we don't say something about communities and how do our communities feel about this? How does our student community feel? So we're always taking the pulse there. So we're playing a role. The actual carrying it out probably is more the chancellor, but I couldn't separate the two in this one.
Okay. Okay. There's a role. I mean, just think about your meetings. And think about your discussions. Just since I've been with you 2 weeks, you're talking about policy direction, creating, and and I don't want to stay on this too long though, but if the board's job is to ensure that policy direction meets current future needs, how would you do that?
Through our metrics and ensuring that we're meeting them.
That's a good response. You get reports, right? You ask the right questions. You have discussions around where you think you need certain policies, and then you have to follow up to make sure that what you see needing to occur, in fact, occurs. So you're on the receiving, you're not out there doing the work, you're getting information to determine what the needs are and making decisions about what those needs are and getting validation that that's happening. And this next one, anticipate and articulate future trends and needs.
I put both. I mean, we live in our respective areas and may know something's coming up, be it our district, a preschool program, a for-profit college coming in, whatever it might be that we learn about. I don't think we can abdicate the responsibility of knowing what's happening in the community.
I put both, partly because of the reasons that Diane just mentioned, but also because I'm not the professional, so I certainly would rely on the chancellor and his team that are closer to knowing what.
Right, they'd have access to data and all that,
Right.
That of course they'd share with you.
I think for this one, I would have a capital P and a small b, lowercase.
Okay. Okay.
I actually did mine in what order. If I put the CEO first, I thought they had primary, so that's how I ordered my.
Yeah, and it goes back to what I said earlier about the job of the chancellor is to provide you with all the information you need to make good decisions.
Again, I had the chancellor first also.
Mm-hmm.
I only had the chancellor because again, I'm seeing him as that leader who knows this institution better than I do. And he's looking at those trends or future trends based on information that's coming from the state level, from the local level, federal level, and he's going to be leading this and advising me so I'm able to make those decisions. But the one, if I have to choose the one who's truly understanding his community at the community college level, because this is what he does, is him, because I don't do this. This isn't really my full-time job as it is his, and he knows it better than anybody else. So I just included him for this particular item.
Okay. All right, so adopt policies that require and set parameters for effective planning. Now, I think it's pretty clear that one has to be just the board.
Yep.
Did anybody not choose that? Did anybody choose both for that one? Because this is adopt policies. That's what you do.
I did, just because I think at times it's going to be the district or chancellor that's going to bring policies to us that maybe have a sense of urgency.
Yeah, but the chancellor does not adopt those. This is strictly you approve, agree to them. He or she or they may bring them, but you adopt.
I saw that as the operative word.
Yeah, that's the voting part. The next one, contribute to the development of the policy direction, mission, vision, and goals.
I put board.
Did anybody not put board?
I put board, but now you're making me think these are trick questions because I'm sure the chancellor
I've got
has
them
to
off that
weigh in.
list. I've got to talk to CCLC about this list. I think they need to. And this is in the list, they have
Yes,
CEO, and then they have board, and they're just very distinct. But when you put them like this, I can't remember on some of these which side they were on, because I'm agreeing with you that there's responsibility for both in many of these. So contribute to the development of the policy direction.
I put both.
Mm-hmm.
I can see a role for both parties.
Yeah. I think
I also put both, and for me, a good reminder was actually the chancellor community forums, that just occurred, and
yes,
it was really powerful to hear the sense of urgency, but also interest in these three things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it reminded me of the partnership.
Absolutely. And you need to be reminded periodically, remind yourselves as a board of what that stated mission is and that vision. We talked about a vision for you as a board, but the vision of the institution and the goals. So lead, oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I chose C, and I focus on the word contribute. And I think that the direction that we're going is we're all going to have roles within the process. I think that we're trying to identify what is your role within the process. So in the development of policy, we're both involved, both the chancellor and the board. And I think then that's why I focus on the word contribute, because it's within this work, what is your role in the work? And in this one, the word contribute is the chancellor will contribute ideas in the development of the policy direction, focus, mission, vision, and goals. So they're providing their insight, but ultimately we will make it. And so that's why I just chose chancellor, because I look at contribute. I'm a good test taker. So when I'm looking at process of elimination, I look at the words. So I figure the word contribute, that's going to be the role of the chancellor. So that's why for this one specifically, I just chose chancellor, but I'm in agreement with everything my fellow board members have said as well.
Okay, thank you. Lead and manage a visionary and comprehensive planning process and comprehensive planning processes. Lead and manage. That would be the chancellor. Did anybody not choose chancellor? Okay. Did anybody choose both on that one?
I did look. You lost me for a minute.
I did.
Okay, you want to tell us why the board would lead and manage a planning process?
I think because of the words, that was the visionary lead a vision. I don't know. I just picked up on the word visionary part. But I can
Okay.
see why that's mostly chancellor. Yeah.
I see. So, but the leading and managing part, that's operational. So the chancellor would have to do that part.
I must have caught something about that too, Josh, because I put the board second, that it had a secondary role in it. And I think for the same reason.
Same here, and part of my thinking was, as you mentioned before, Helen, these are our meetings, but you know, we don't make them happen alone. But so I had chancellor and board.
Okay, and in 22, it's talking about I think a strategic planning process for the whole
I understand.
district. Yeah.
But again, for me, it kind of gets, you know, if it's incumbent upon us to give clear policy direction or direction so that staff can do their job and or bring an issue back to us, responding to our policy questions. I sort of looked at that in the same way in this process also.
I see. Okay. Okay.
I chose C again, because I saw the comprehensive planning process that belongs to the chancellor, because, and he needs to be a visionary. He's already a leader, because I see the chancellor as a leader, and he's leading by inspiring with the vision and managing, because he also needs to manage the process. So I just really saw this more of the operational side of leading and managing that vision in a comprehensive planning process. And that's part that I'm not in. So that's why I just chose chancellor.
Yes. All right. Ensure that college operations and budgets are aligned with plans. And I'm just let's just do that part. Because I think this should have been 2. Ensure that the college operations and budgets are aligned with plans.
That's the chancellor.
That would definitely be the chancellor. And then the next part, ensure that the policy direction meets current and future community needs. I had that up there. That's a repeat. That was a mistake on my part. We've already discussed that one.
Okay.
But ensuring that the college operations and budgets are aligned with the plans, chancellor. Okay, so we go to ed programs and services quickly. I just tried to put a few on these. There were just a lot there. Lead and administer the delivery of high quality educational programs and services, including planning, development, program review, and staffing. That's the chancellor. Board doesn't do that. You oversee it, get reports on it, make sure it's getting done, but the chancellor has to do that on a daily basis. Now we get to adopting policies that define and delegate clear and appropriate authorities, responsibilities for education program services to the president, in this case, the chancellor, and that would be the board, right? To adopt policies.
Yep.
Dr.
All right. So fiscal affairs.
Dr. Benjamin.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
I hate to go back, but 23, I actually put both.
Okay, let's ensure the college operations and budgets are aligned with plans.
Yeah. And
okay.
So take, for example, the DEI work that we're doing. That is a board priority.
Yes.
If we don't see that as a priority in our adopted budget, I think it's in our purview to voice that concern and direct the district and chancellor to make sure that our priorities, vision, and mission are reflective in the budget. So that's why I put there, I think there is a role. And I think that's why we approve a budget, to make sure it's
I agree.
reflective of our policies.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I'd like to comment on that as well, Helen. I think Josh has a good point, but ideally, the board shouldn't have to do this. It ought to be clear that it is happening, and the board, by questioning that, should be able to validate. And it is unfortunate if it's not happening, and the board would have to call out the administration for not aligning those things.
Yeah, I think for sure there's an oversight function for the board. I'm sorry.
I think it's the chancellor's job to do this so that the board does not have to have those concerns.
Right, and there's an oversight function. I'm agreeing with Josh on that piece to make sure that it's happened, to get evidence that it's happening, that those particular goals are being met. And I think you have a mechanism for that. So in fiscal affairs, I just took out a few. There's a lot. This is a huge area. I always say that So many things can happen in a college district, in accreditation visits. I mean, there are just lots of things on which we focus. And especially when it comes to leadership, but there's a huge focus on the money. You cannot graduate students and you don't get sanctioned for that. But if your budget's overrun, or if there's anything related to the money, it's a problem. So this is a really important area. So let's just run through these quickly. Whose responsibility is it to establish policies that set standards for fiscal affairs?
Board.
Absolutely. Did anybody choose anything other than board? Okay. Approved budget. Oh, I'm sorry.
I put chancellor as well because I think it is the role for, I think this goes back to providing both perspectives. So I think in conversation, we're establishing the policies, but the actual language of what that's going to look like, I think is up to the chancellor. So for example, and I'm just going to bring this up, not to discuss the example, but just as an example, our reserve. We don't have a policy on a cap of a reserve. We have a floor, but we don't have a ceiling. So for me, that's a concern, but I don't want to craft the actual language for the board policy. I want to voice my concern that I think we should have a ceiling of how big is too big. And I would look to the chancellor to provide some language of what that may look like, depending, you know, comparing other community college districts and what have you. So that's why I put the
Yeah, but that's in the recommending, because the chancellor always recommend, I mean, can recommend policies to you. Those can go through a process and come up to you.
Right.
This is establishing those policies. So you're saying, you're feeling that the chancellor has a role in that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The synonym I put in there was like to create, establish, create. And I think we can kind of capture as a board of 6 what we want to be created, but I kind of look as the chancellor to take all those ideas and with one voice to create some options. But maybe I'm wrong there. I don't know.
Well, it all would come out in the vote, I guess, and how you guys, each board member has opinions about certain things. And the reserve is certainly one of those. I've been through a lot about reserves. And as a whole, you make a determination as to what that should be through discussion and then finally voting on it. So then a policy will get established if you guys agree to it. I mean, that's how policies get done. So I see your point. I just don't quite happen to agree, and I could be wrong. Approve budgets and expenditures as required by laws and board policy. Trustee Perez, what'd you put there?
Board.
Board. Did anybody not put board? Put both? Because that's approve. Nobody approves anything but you guys. Establish and enforce administrative procedures that implement board policy and ensure the legal, ethical, and prudent management of college resources.
CEO.
Why CEO?
Because they enforce and administrate the procedures and they
Yes.
implement board policy.
Yes. Procedures are not policies.
Agree.
Procedures implement the policy. So I'm really interested in your student worker thing, because I'm going to do a little research on that just out of my own curiosity. If you have a policy on it or a procedure, exactly how that works. My guess is it might be a procedure. But anyway, on 29, monitor the fiscal health of the institution by establishing a monitoring schedule and studying reports. Whose responsibility is that?
Now that is a trick question. Because we are supposed to monitor the fiscal health, but
That's right.
I put board.
But yeah.
Why is that a trick question, Trustee
Well,
Perez?
because, you know, I would guess we would rely on the CEO for what's an effective monitoring schedule, and we would study reports that are provided to us. As the student trustee mentioned earlier, that's kind of like a measurement that we should be regularly
Yeah.
doing.
Monitor is a really good verb for board responsibility, because you're monitoring, you're receiving reports. You're not there doing the work, but you're checking to be sure, because you don't want there to be a fiscal calamity. You want to be able to say that we received reports, we were certain about these things, and I'm assuming you have a finance committee. I'm not sure if you have a separate budget committee or not for board, but
we do. It's administrative services.
Yeah.
okay. And that's apparently, it seems that would be how you are monitoring that.
Mhm.
So that's board.
Helen, I had a small P in here as
Yeah.
well.
Okay.
I felt it was a responsibility of the CEO to provide the schedule, make sure that we got these regular reports.
Yes.
Dr. Benjamin, my question becomes, I don't know what to ask for. So for example, I need to monitor and to establish a schedule for studying reports. How do I know as a board member what to look for and what should be presented to me? So if I'm responsible so that there's not a calamity, I don't even know what to ask for. So for example, I'm presented information. So how does that happen with boards? Do you just, not that you don't trust, but do you just accept what's given to you and just assume this is what you should be receiving? Because I honestly don't know what to ask for and what I need to monitor.
I understand totally, because I've been on that side. I'm on a board right now, and I have so many questions about fiscal stuff. I talked to you the last time about trust, how important that is, but sometimes you have to be kind of trained on it, especially when you first come in. You have to understand, get some training on how funding works, how the district is funded. And then once that money comes to the district, what the district does with it, where it goes. So there's a lot of training that has to happen so that you understand how the budget works. And there's some basic things about quote unquote money, that things have to be in balance. There's just so much to know about this. I go all the way back to the reason why I didn't want to become a college president. And it was because I didn't want to deal with budgets. I didn't want to have to understand that. But you have to devote some time to trying to understand how it works so that you know the questions to ask. Because if you don't know the questions to ask, then you may not get the information you need. And you have to do your best to go through those reports to get some understanding of it. But you have to understand how funding works, for one thing. And then you just have to take time to learn it. I think you have an obligation. You have an obligation to do that if you're going to be a board member.
So I did. So that's the part. So maybe let me be more specific. I understand the budget, how it works, the funding how it's allocated. We have a funding formula and understanding how it's aligned to the student center funding formula, as well as our whole budget allocation. It's more about if there's additional information you need and that information isn't provided because it hasn't been the culture. So when you have a different board, there's addition, especially as we're looking in terms of equity and we're looking into our budget and we're looking into how is it aligned, and you need additional information. How is that provided to us? And so that's more of the question, not so much the generics. I understand the budget because I take my time to study, as you said. When we decide to become a board member, you know what it means. It's more of obtaining that additional information that you need to understand more this item. So that was mostly it, but we can address it at another time.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'll say is you have a good chief financial officer in your district, and in terms of your budget development process, and where does the board fit in? At what point does the board get to ask questions or because in our last meeting I learned about and it was a budget issue around, and I don't want to bring it up because you weren't going to talk about it anymore, but you have a budget process where I think the board has the ability to ask questions, to seek if you want certain line items added, or if you want, but there has to be somewhere in the process that the board can do that. I'm thinking in budget development, which you're starting now for 22, 23. And so you have usually a budget assumptions, and the staff comes to you with what the priorities are for the upcoming year. And there's a discussion and you get to have some input in that. So somewhere in that process, the board gets to participate. Am I assuming correctly?
You are.
Yeah,
I think there's well, we don't have to belabor this any longer. I think
Okay.
I know my question, and perhaps I didn't ask it right, but what I'm asking is something more profound that goes more into the equity piece, but that can be more a conversation that I can have perhaps with another trustee at a different, it's a deeper conversation, but the logistics.
But even with the equity piece, what are the budget values? What are the things, and all of that comes into priorities in for the next year. If you want to put money into new things, that's typically how it happens around in a discussion.
It is. I know that Trustee Chancellor has his hand up. I think he might want to, I don't know if he has a question regarding this particular question, so I'm gonna stop.
You think he's going to say what I was going to say, so go for it, Josh.
I don't know. Okay. You know, one of the things, Dr. Benjamin, I heard you say is, you know, we have to understand the budget. And I think another part of that is we have to understand, and I think this is where the district also has to understand that our district has some past practices or history of working through the budget that are unique to this district. And we as a board may want options on that practice. So, and I'll give you a real life example. Our district goes through program review where trustees, you know, at the different various colleges, and there's always more need than resources.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yes.
But at the same token, we put into practice, and I say the colleges put into practice carryover, where they save money each year and put it into a reserve. And it's hard to understand how we do both while sitting on an unrestricted reserve that is, you know, hovering around 43%. So the reason why I bring this like very specific example up is I feel that this is an area that the board should or could weigh in and have a perspective of, you know, connecting the budget to the mission of providing education to students, and how, you know, what's going to be implemented. And when you said there should be a role where trustees can actually suggest line items or suggest things that the budget can.
Well, I didn't necessarily mean line items, but
Okay.
bring forth ideas and things like that.
Sure. I don't feel the board has done a good job of facilitating that conversation. We have really been recommended to stay away from that, and that's getting involved in operations. So I'm curious with some board development and a partnership with the Chancellor's office and our board to really facilitate that. And so that's just what I wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, it seems to me there's a mechanism for it with what happened with the money to add classes at Oxnard or something. It was a kind of started out as a backdoor way of doing it, and then you went through a process. So it appears to me that there is a process just based on that for items to be added to the budget.
Yeah, but like in
for
my
things
3
to be
years,
funded.
In my 3 years, that was the first and only time that we had an opportunity to do something like that. And the, you know, I don't want to dive into this, but the backlash and or concern from the district of the board doing that was as thick as
well, it was the how we talked about this before.
Sure.
It was
I don't
how
want
it
to bring
was
it up
done.
again.
Yeah, no. It was how it was done as to what, it just didn't follow any kind of established procedure.
Right. And
But then you tried to, then it was undone. I mean, not undone, but it was then brought through properly. So,
right. And
yeah.
the only thing I would add, like, to all this, to me, that the key component is communication, really. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
how
so all right, we got to roll here. So you monitor the fiscal health and monitor the schedule. Of course, the CEO would develop the schedule, prepare the reports so that you could monitor. Approve budgets and expenditures as required by laws and board policy. That would be board. Present clear and informative budgets and reports to the board. Now that would be chancellor.
Yeah.
Establish and enforce administrative procedures that implement board policy and ensure the legal, ethical, and prudent management of college resources. Chancellor, right? Did anybody not put chancellor there? Comments? 33, require regular reports on the fiscal status of the institution.
Board.
Absolutely. And I know you get those. And then I just put 2 here for human resources. Ensure that personnel recruitment and hiring processes are fair, legal, comply with the laws, result in good applicant pools, and reflect well on the institution. Now, whose job is that?
I put the go first and then the board make sure it's happening. So
Others?
I put both, especially in light of the recent activity through the DEI task force and the recommended integration steps to take place that address a range of issues, including HR.
Yeah, that's where the monitoring comes in for you, I suppose. Others?
I initially put chancellor, but I could see how it could be both. And, you know, an example is I've received a lot of concern that our application process is like unnecessarily difficult, you know, and I brought that up. And I think that, of course, I would leave it up to the district to maybe evaluate that or to look into that. But I do think it's appropriate for trustees to bring that up if we hear from constituent groups that that's going to affect recruitment and hiring.
Okay.
And Helen, I had a lowercase b on this one.
Yeah.
Same argument I made before. This is something we would expect to be done and done well. But when something comes to our attention that it's not, then we have to question that.
Yes. So for sure, chancellor on a daily basis does this, and you do number 35, which is establish policies that require selection of the best qualified personnel, administrative faculty, and staff diversity, and competitive salaries and working conditions within budget constraints. Comments on that one? Okay. Well, we may, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Stan.
I don't know how you do this without some, partnership with the chancellor. So you've got to have at least a small p or small c in this one.
And yeah, there's a lead though, yeah. And then this one is tricky because it's where there's a lot of DEI in here. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole discussion, but in this human resources, I just picked these 2 because they're complementary. And that first one, the chancellor on a daily basis, these 2 are married, 34 and 35 are married. And it's chancellor and board, because you want to create an environment. You want to have a college when people out there hear the name of your college, if they are looking for a job, you want them to say, oh, I'd love to work at Ventura. Now that's where I want to work. You want your students to say, I'm going to one of those colleges. That place has a great reputation. I want to be employed there. It's a great place to work. That's what you're aiming for on the employee side and on the student side. And with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break and get through the rest of this stuff in 20 minutes. So let's take a break.
I look blue all of a sudden.
Okay, looks like our 5 minutes are up. Laura, if you'll put up the accreditation one, Greg, do you want me to facilitate this? We can do it together if you want, or you can.
Yeah, I think that because as far as the update to Dr. Harris's report, I don't think we really need to spend time going through that, because those were just updates kind of based upon what occurred at the last meeting. And I do want to thank the board for their conversations, the input and work that's happening, because that's allowing us to then be creating evidence that'll be useful for our ICERs and showing the board's work around all of these standards here in 4C. So if any of the trustees have any question around any of those updates that are in the CBT report from Dr. Harris, please just, ask those questions, give me a call or email, and we can handle it that way. And then, but Helen, if you'd like to walk us through the kind of the actions here under the standard 4C items, that'd be helpful. And just so that the board's aware, and I think I explained this when I sent out, these are actions that develop for your review and consideration. And these are for the standards in 4C, where during your discussion, there was a not concurrence around the meet and does not meet. And there's one that's added here that was a concern in the current draft of the ICER as well. So it was added in there. But the intent here is to provide some actions that you can implement over time as we continue to then move towards getting outcomes that will result in, again, good evidence for the ICERs moving forward in the standards under governance. So Helen, I'll turn it over to you to start with the first one there.
Okay, and I want to thank you for your candor in this too, because you were very self-critical, and I think it's answered honestly to these, and that's a really good thing, especially since your visit's coming up. So in this first one, the governing board acts as a collective entity. Once the board reaches a decision, all board members act in support of the decision. And of the 5 of you, 4 of you said you didn't meet it. And so listed here are some actions you can take to be in compliance with this particular standard. Support the vision statement, and you did a vision statement last week about working in unity. And in this business, I mean, in what you're involved in, there's all 5 of you or 6 of you, including the student, are very different from each other. You come with different backgrounds, different everything, but you have to come together, as I think I probably said, to make decisions for the betterment of the district. And once those decisions are made, even if you lost, you didn't win out in the vote, you let it go, move on, and support whatever the decision was. And this says, especially ground rule number 5, which has to do with avoiding backtracking. So that's an action. Another action is to avoid statements that judge or assume the intent of your colleagues. The only mine, I guess, is yours for sure. Keep discussion to agenda items and conduct the required business of the district, and do not criticize board approved actions and decisions or staff operational decisions during subsequent meetings. And then you have to have evidence. Future board meeting minutes and video recordings will demonstrate compliance with the standard and board ground rule number 5. And the outcome, the ratings will be reassessed and analyzed in March or April to see if there's improvement here, followed by any applicable revision of the appropriate ICER sections. So your responses to this, these are staff recommendations. Are there things you think need to be added to number 2 that you can do so that, would you move it down a bit, Laura? And I know you're trying to rush me through here, but so that when you look at this again, go back up to number 2, there will be 5 meets and 0 does not meet.
the one thing I've heard Trustee Chancellor, probably more than anyone, and to some degree, Trustee Torres, talk about how entrenched we seem and how things have always been, and not wanting to change. And I feel like I really reached out over the last couple of years to try and understand, what they saw that needed to be different. And some of it just seemed really outside the role of a trustee. And it's just a disagreement on our role and based upon the training that I've had. But I can't keep hearing something and ignore it and not just feel like I've just entrenched myself in my side of it. So I think that that's something that maybe on an individual, two one-on-one trustees, we need to work on that, because we're 3 years in we're in 3.5 years in with Trustee Torres and Trustee Chancellor. And if they're still that frustrated that the district and those of us that have been there longer are so entrenched in our way of doing things and not willing to look at a better way, you can't just ignore that.
I really appreciate hearing you say that. Responses?
No, I appreciate that as well. And I think for me, it goes back to when I do advocate or think there may be, and I would take out the word better way, but maybe at least to look at a different way.
Different way.
Yeah. That it's up to the district to provide those different ways. So for example, I mean, I can't stress enough how seriously I take voting against an adopted budget, but I have, and every year, and that's huge. And
so Joshua, you tell me, you vote against. What would they need to do for you to vote for it? What would need to happen for you to vote in favor of an adopted budget?
To
budget.
provide some options on our roughly $80 million in unrestricted dollars sitting in reserves. So which is like 43%. And I know the floor is 5%, but we're at a much different number. And I fundamentally believe that could be increased opportunity for students. So I know I'm a minority in thinking that, but I think there could be some traction if the district provided some options or scenarios of how our budget could look different. And
has there been a discussion? I hope I'm not overstepping here, Greg. Has there been a discussion about why the reserve is at that number? There has to be a rationale behind that.
Yeah, there's been discussion, and there's three sources, three categories in
Okay.
reserves and all of that. And part of it is, and this kind of gets to the discussion around the chancellor and trustee roles and responsibilities as well, is that what helps us with information and to invest staff time is to have real clear direction from the full board. In other words, if one board member happens to want something, again, that needs to be talked about through the full board. If it involves substantial change and use resources of our staff to come up with information and a new way of doing things, if the district doesn't have an issue ourselves, if on the operational side things are working, we have the budgets in place, we have the clear audits, everything's getting done that we need to do. In order to change something significantly, I'd need clear direction and support from the full board. It's very difficult at a board meeting if one trustee says something, or even if two. But if the full board isn't giving me direction, then I'm typically won't be making changes there.
And that's why on the student worker piece, I said there were three people who seem to want this to happen. I just want to get back to Josh quickly, and I know I'm way off here myself, but So one thing would be something on the reserve for you to adopt the budget. What else is wrong there that you won't do it?
Well,
What else do you want?
and maybe I could help clarify, because I constantly do this, and that is put myself in the shoes of, in this particular case, the board majority that is comfortable with the budget as is, okay? And, but if I heard one of my colleagues that said they had concern about whatever it is, student workers, or they'd like, and I didn't, it would be very easy for me to just say, no, I don't agree with that. I want to move forward. But one thing I would want is, if I heard even one colleague, I wouldn't want action, as Chancellor Gillespie just stated, but I would like to see options. I would like to see, and I know there's an investment of staff time, but take, for example, the student workers. I would like to see some scenarios that if we increased or had different classifications, what impact that would have on our.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there
Okay.
because I'm asking you a very specific question, because I think this is important, especially the number 2. You have not voted yes on adoption budget. My question was, what's missing? Why aren't you? And you said no options on reserve. What else?
That's the big one. There was a concern of a detailed concern of wondering on the revenue and expenditure side of student fees, and that we receive as a district, and then of course goes back into our budget. And that one came directly because I've been asked from constituent groups on, tuition and enrollment, what we receive, and I felt that should be in our adopted budget. But the big one is the fundamental philosophy that this district is going to live by, having a
But see, but on this particular one, it says once the board reaches a decision, all board members act in support of the decision. So they've reached a decision and approved the adoption budget. And based on what's said here, you let that go.
Well,
And-
no, I don't.
I mean, is that a reason? So in this one, I'm just trying to get at how we can get to a better place on the board acting in support of a decision. And I'm just going to leave it as a rhetorical question, because I don't have enough time to delve more deeply into this. But is there anybody else? And so I think it sounds as though, Diane, I'm Trustee McKay, I'm glad you said.
Diane, this is an informal meeting. I think it's
All right.
that way.
But you did say, you just threw it out there. You said we're 3.5 years in, we still have this issue, and we can hear it in the conversations. And maybe there needs to be some time. I hate to see you guys split. It just may be the reality of your existence, of the 5 of you. But what would it take to get more cohesiveness between and among the 5 of you, from the 2 who say, you guys are stodgy and you don't want to change anything, you want everything to stay the same? What needs to happen for you to be more in sync with each other? What would close the big divide? But we don't have time for that today. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay. I think it's a really good question. And that's the problem. So we never have time. And it's not a reflection of you, Dr. Benjamin. It's just in our board meetings. As the board, we have tried to schedule study sessions for the budget because we recognize that the budget has been one of the main ones for us as a board. But because of just the business, it always got pushed and it got pushed. I remember when Trustee Mantu came in as a board member, he said, Gavi, the budget is fluid. We can make changes. And I said, oh, wow, we can't. That was news to me. And when he came on the board, he said, we can do this, and let's schedule study sessions. Let's dive deep into it. Let's look into this equity. Let's look into this student funding formula. We can look into our budget. That was helpful. However, because of the business, it just never happened. And the budget discussion always got pushed and always got pushed and always got pushed. So by the time it came to a vote, there hadn't been that discussion to really discuss the reserves, to really discuss additional information that we need, because there was, in the numbers, the way the report appeared, it didn't make sense. So perhaps it's a different way of presenting the budget, perhaps adding narratives. That discussion didn't happen. So if there's room, intentional room, and we respect those timeframes, that helps. Just talking about it helps. And we just haven't had the discussion, and
okay,
it's always rushed. So that's just an example of how we just started something really important, but because we have an action, because we have to move forward, it just stopped and we're not addressing it. So now we're going to go on to the next. And that's what's happened this whole time. So
Okay, okay. So can we add another action here? Would anybody object to adding something like create opportunities for the board to discuss their differences and attempt agreement on how they can work together better or something like that? Is that because you clearly are acknowledging, at least three of you, that there's a divide. Do you want to close it or you want to leave it like it is?
I would
I
like to
think,
close it.
Dr. Benjamin, you know, what I was advocating for on this issue is a practice of when we know we've got an elephant in the room that this law is this large, we need a special study session meeting
Yes,
to do this, and we have to commit to spending the time to do it, but not spend an inordinate amount of time in a regular meeting when we know it's such a big issue.
but I think if you don't take the time to deal with it, it's going to keep coming up in regular meetings, and you're going to have these regular meetings where you're just going on and on and on about stuff.
So Helen,
Yes,
is
I'm
it
sorry.
create opportunities to discuss and work through differences? Is that?
If it's what they want, if that works, if the board wants to do it, if all 5 people want to do that, or participate in facilitated discussions to resolve differences between and among board members. Is that something you want to do?
I think we have to. I think we owe it to our district. I think we owe it to something we need to do is we need to be able to spend the time in speaking to understand one another, to understand where the other one's coming from, so we can truly assume the best of the other. And we just haven't had the time. And so we have to have meetings and decide. And no fault of anybody, we've had to reopen a campus. There's a vaccine. There's been a lot of things, but we deserve that time. And later there'll be time to talk about our upcoming DI training and selecting dates. And I think that's going to continue to help us as we are spending time with each other, because we do need time. So I'm in support of having that as an area where we have time to talk.
What about the rest of you? Do you think it would do any good, be helpful? I mean, don't be ashamed to say you don't want to do it. You just need to make a decision about this. I'm going to push you. I'm going to call on you one at a time. So, Trustee McKay.
Oh, I brought it up because I want to do it. So I thought
Okay.
my position was pretty clear. Sorry.
Trustee Mantu.
Absolutely, but
Trustee-
in a separate forum.
Yes, and I think probably before you even try to do anything with the DEI discussion, you can't even have that before you try to figure out what's the problem here with the communication. Trustee Chancellor,
Yeah, absolutely.
Trustee Perez,
Yes, we need to do this.
and Trustee Rodriguez.
Yeah,
Student
I
Trustee
think-
Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think we should do it. I think it's important to be honest with one another. But I also just wanted to point out how I think the committees could also work as a place to get some of these questions answered. For example, that budget question, I would imagine that would be okay to bring up, you know, during a committee and have staff devote that time to answer those questions more thoroughly during the committee. I hope I'm not wrong, but I don't know. I just think that like the committees could be a stronger role in helping us do our business.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's just that a lot of board members want to bring everything up in the board meeting. And some of it's just not the place. You can get some of your questions answered before that. Sometimes you already have the answer. You'll come in and ask the question again. I've been through it all. And there are so many ways that you could be more efficient and kinder to each other in these meetings if you chose to do it. But thank you for saying yes to this, having this kind of a discussion so that you can really make number 2 100% meets for everybody. And then the next one.
And Helen, you know, this is an important conversation here, and I don't have any issue at all if it takes till, you know, noon to get through this particular item, because we do need to have the conversation around these standards, because again, it's going to impact and help the colleges as they're writing their ICER ICER
Yes.
drafts and all of
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So Trustee McKay, is it okay with you if we go a little longer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But I'd also like to add, I think, you know, incorporating in a chancellor and staff perspective into the discussion the board will be really important, because I'm hearing again a lot of comments around you know, staff or the district isn't providing the information needed, or we've been asked to do things and we don't provide that. I think with the budget over the last 3 years, we've listened to what trustees have asked. We've made significant changes into what we present. We have college level budget detail in there starting last year. That was a request that was there. I know that there's differences of opinion among board members with the reserves, but there's been no direction to change or draft a different board policy yet for the whole board. And again, Trustee Chancellor, it'd be great to have you feel that you could support and vote yes on a budget, but often it feels that if one board member has something that doesn't get traction with the rest, that a no vote is just there to be a protest vote for the budget. You know that it's going to pass anyway with the others, and it detracts from all of the other work that's happened at the colleges, at the district, following our processes, following all the work they do to develop a budget that aligns with their goals and the board's strategic goals. So sometime we have to get past this of, I have to make a point for what I want, and get to, here's what's going to be good for the district and the board moving forward. And so again, I hope we can talk through some of those things that get frustrating on the chancellor staff side during some of these relations or some of these meetings that happen. And I don't get complete direction from the board, and we're then turned into, we're not the ones doing what one trustee wants. When I'm more than happy to provide information that we readily have and give it to any of you, answer questions before board meetings, do any of that. But again, significant change requires the conversation among the board to get on the same page. And I'm glad to help do that by giving information so that we can move forward in a different direction if that's what we want to do. But I think that's going to be an important part of our conversation too, as far as helping the board act as a collective entity. And again, I think with some of the later ones that are in here as well. So
my suggestion, I don't know all of your committees, but this is would be part of a board development, maybe a board development activity. Trustee McKay.
I put it when I was not the chair, but on the policy committee with Gabby, and we had a meeting coming up, and I just put a placeholder for a reserves policy discussion to see if we wanted to look at that policy and bring it forward. And it was before we were having those agenda setting meetings, and I don't think that Trustee Torres knew why I put it there. And I had put it there kind of out of respect of this decision, out of this discussion that, it's come up so many times. Let's bring it forward and look at our current policy on reserves, which does have the 5% the state requires, and it has various set asides. And I just think we kind of maybe missed that opportunity, and we maybe need to bring it back and see what we do with it.
Yeah, I think I don't know how you determine whether typically what happens is that if one board member wants something to happen, and in this case, this is a review over the reserves, it will come up when you come up the end for your items for future discussion. The board comes to an agreement at that point as to whether it wants to have that discussion or not. That's how you determine whether you're going to have the staff spend time on this. If only one person wants something, typically it doesn't happen. But
Right.
if the full board agrees, or if 3 people say, okay, then that thing happens. Because otherwise you're just willy-nilly doing all kinds of things, but you need a formal way. So just now, all of you decided that you wanted to participate in a discussion in which you talk about your relationships with each other. So that's moving forward. So then the chair, or whatever way you do it, establishes who's going to work on that, put an agenda together, give it to one of the committees or whatever, plan it out, all that. But that's typically how you do it. So is there interest on the part of the board to have a discussion around reserves, to have a discussion around salaries for student workers, to have a discussion about implementation of DI, which you've done? I'm just naming stuff. So that it's not just what one person wants. You can't use staff time like that. They have too much to do. They have their regular jobs, and then they have the jobs they have to do for you as well. And then we add on to that. So we have to think about their time. So you have to have a way to determine where you're going to put your focus, because you already got your board goals they're working on. That's just my reaction.
We used to have in our ground rules that even if it was just one trustee that felt really strongly about an item, that they would be fully heard.
Okay.
And so I always thought that was really important, and I don't know when it fell off, but it really made a difference when we did that. But it also wasn't abused by the trustees. It was, hear me on this, and if I don't change minds, I'll go. But at least I want to be fully heard. So it only took up our time as a board. We didn't take up staff time. It was just, hear me on this. Maybe maybe give me one more chance to maybe convince 2 of you that this is different than you might think. And I think that maybe that is something we haven't done as well as we used to.
All right. So on this number 2, as an action, we're adding the discussion. Is there anything else you want to add here that you need to do so that you're acting more as a collective entity?
I like the perspective. Go ahead, Josh.
No, please go. I'll go after you.
Yeah, I like what Trustee McKay said, because one of the things in our colleges, if anybody had the opportunity to listen to the listening sessions, there's a need for collective, for listening, for conversations, for dialogue. And we need that as a board. And so even people's voice to be heard, that says something, because it says you're important and you matter. And so let me listen to what it is that's of interest to you, and not just shy away. And conducting true effective business sometimes takes a little bit longer. Sometimes we need to listen to the perspective of one, and then we move forward, but the person felt listened to. And I like what was already before in that ground rules, that we will listen to a perspective of one trustee. And it doesn't have to, at the end, if it's a long conversation, I understand you have to make a decision and you'll go with the majority, but that should not be the practice. That should not be what we go to. We should really try to really have everyone on board, because I don't believe no one ever truly wants to say no. There is a reason. And let's find out a little bit more about what's occurring. And let's spend a little bit more time into this. And that only comes for us as a board and being able to put in that work. So I wanted to add to what Trustee McKay said right now about including that in our ground rules in terms of listening to one trustee. Naturally, as the board chair will determine at one point it's too much, because it's just us and it doesn't have to do with staff. We're not asking staff to do any additional work. We're simply hearing out a trustee. And I think that's important. And then as we talk later about reserves, we just wanted to know if, I remember at our committee, we didn't know if that had to go to the Administrative Services Committee. So that can just be something that we can think about, what policies will get fleshed out in what committee, because that was the question we also had to Administrative Services Committee, like a reserves policy. So.
Other comments?
Josh has his hand
up. Yeah, so it's interesting because I don't know how long ago it was. It might have been a year and a half, but we actually placed on the agenda an item to do just that, to discuss the budget reserves. And to me, this is the inefficiency. It's like this inertia, of we ask for something, and then we're given some information of where we are, But what we're not given is some action options, right? So all of a sudden it's like, okay, we have this budget reserve. Here's our practices. Here's our policy. Here's what we do. Let's talk about it. And to me, that's an inefficient way of providing the board with some solutions. And it may be a minority, but some options, and say, well, we have this reserve that has roughly $80 million or an ending fund balance. Here's some things. Here's a recommendation. Here's a recommendation not to do certain things. But what I feel we continually get is, here's what we do, and let's talk about it. But it just kind of like floats around, and then it's like, okay, next item. It goes sideways. So it's hard not to have some like options with hard, fast numbers and saying like, here's a strong recommendation versus just.
Well, I guess the recommendation, by the way you're sharing this, Josh, I'm sorry to interrupt you, is that it remain the same.
Correct.
Yeah, I think.
And then the
I
board
agree with that.
reacts. I'm assuming there's a conversation. The board reacts to that. You say this is ridiculous, and everybody else says nothing, or it goes along, and that's it. Is that how?
Well, I mean, prior to the pandemic, Josh and I had spoken together, the two of us, and, in meetings over this, and having lived through the first years of my being a trustee, cutting budgets, I think my first April after being elected in November, cutting 100 and some jobs, it was traumatic. It was. And I said, so I'm kind of like the grandma from the recession that saves my aluminum foil. And I said, I'm just going to probably always be over conservative on wanting to keep higher reserve, having lived through that. I said, it will probably never happen again, which I could slap myself for, because now when we see later what the fiscal cliff we could potentially be looking at, and I'd really like to see then having such good reserves, how that might help us step out if we hit that fiscal cliff, how those reserves are going to help us come out of, deal with something like that and not hurt our students as much.
Yeah, and we're not having the discussion right now.
Right. No, I just
we've gotten into the discussion, so
yeah, sorry about that.
There needs to be a determination as to whether the board wants to spend time talking about this issue. And if you do, in the same way that you've scheduled time to talk about student worker pay, you schedule a facilitated or whatever kind of discussion around reserves with a goal in mind. Because the staff needs direction. What do you want as an outcome as a result of their doing all this work? And then they need to know what work they need to do. Do you want to look at? They need to know if they need to look at how other districts handle the thing. The only thing, was my one thing about reserves that I'll just throw in here. It's one-time money. And once you spend it, it is gone. And so we're going to move to number 4. So the only thing we're adding, help me here, Trustee McKay. The only thing we're adding as an action is this discussion, or do you want to add the thing about the one person, make that official, or do you want to add that to your ground rules? Will you bring that back?
I know we have the language somewhere because it used to be in our ground rules. Bernardo, do you remember?
No, I don't exactly remember, but yes,
Anyway,
it's always been a question.
Yeah, we'll look and add it in. We'll try to find it. I'll work with Patty and Laura.
Because
so is the board interested in bringing that language back, or are you interested?
Yes, I think that's what I wanted just to bring up briefly, is I think we should maybe have a better way to formalize request. I was looking through some to see what the other community colleges did. In Southwestern College in Chula Vista, they have like a chart. So they do like the governing board member, the request, the date, and then the action. And it was like governing board member Sanchez, his request, the date, and then it said like, it was emailed to him. And then they also attached it at the bottom so the rest of the trustees could see. So I think maybe having something like that where, if we do decide to go forth with the one trustee, at least clearly laying it out. And then there was another request on there that said the action was just preparing the request for the following meeting. So something like that, where we could all visibly see the steps that staff is taking with regards to our request. And so It's not, we're constantly having to repeat what we want or the request that's needed. It's just laid out there. And I think that'll also give us a better chance to see all of the requests that we make and have a little bit more respect for staff's time to be able to see that we're giving them so many different projects, and also being able to lay out how many requests we have made to staff. So I think maybe just formalizing the process.
Yes, you need to have some discussion on how you want that done. All right, but
Chancellor,
we're not putting that, are we putting that as an action?
Yeah,
to
we're gonna put
maybe
it as an action.
explore?
Yeah, I want to hear what Trustee Chancellor has to say, and then I think we probably should move on. Unless
That's where I'm trying to go. Okay.
Thanks, and I for sure don't need a answer. It's just a thought I'd like to present. And the recommendation we heard from the chancellor was in some of these scenarios to do the same, to keep doing what we're doing. My only question to the board is, how do you know if that's the right move to make if you don't know what another option is, or you aren't provided another option? So if the recommendation is to keep doing the same, and that may be the right recommendation, it might be the right move for the district, but if we're not provided other options to evaluate the same, I have a hard time with that. So I'm ready to move on too, but I just wanted to present that perspective.
So my suggestion on the language for the sixth action is explore processes for responding to board requests
great.
of staff. Yeah, you know what it means. All right. So let's go to number 4. And on number 4, it says the governing board, if you could move it up a little, Laura, thank you so much. The governing board is an independent policymaking body that reflects the public interest in the institution's educational quality. It advocates for and defends the institution and protects it from undue influence or political pressure. Now, all 5 of you said, oh, absolutely, we meet that. But it appears that the people writing the ICER don't agree. So that's how that one got on the list. This is not one of the ones that I just said, you said we meet it. The writing says you don't. So there's a disconnect between how you view yourselves on this and how the people writing that ICER view you on it. Suggested actions from staff here are that the board contribute district-wide rather than single college perspectives on discussion and action items. Avoid promoting and advocating for individual specific groups or college outside of applicable meeting agenda items. This can prioritize support for specific constituent positions or needs that are not aligned with district-wide needs. Do not use board meeting time to expound on personal philosophies or speak to advance personal or political agendas. The evidence would be in the minutes that your behavior, that you're not doing these things that you're asked not to do in those actions. And the outcomes would be that when we do this again, you rate yourselves higher. So let's hear what you have to say about this. Because this is from staff.
I think I must have fallen on my pencil because I think we don't need it at this point. So I agree with staff. I think I agree with staff. I think that we have we talk about, some trustees talk about specific the college in their area, and I but of speaking about the district as a whole, and I recognize that's easier for me because I don't have a college in my area. But I do think that, and I think sometimes there feels like there's undue influence from some of our bargaining units when we were going through negotiations and things like that. And that's what I understood when this ICER was presented to us, when it was the chair and I was the vice chair.
Other comments? Because this is calling for actions on behalf on your part as board members. Others?
I don't really see the advocacy in terms of board members for a particular college. I think at this moment in time, when we were speaking about Oxnard College, it just so happens that I live in Oxnard, but the conversation will come again when we see Santa Clara Valley together. That what belongs to Ventura College, and you will see perspectives from different trustees who are not in that area, who will also be very supportive. So it's not really, in my opinion, in these 3 years that I have been a trustee, and I can only speak for myself within these 3 years, I have never advocated for a college because of an area that might just so happen to be that I was selected in. It's really been the need and the focus of where it stands. And it just so happened that this particular area, Oxnard College, was a college that needed that support, but the time will come, and I'm very sure of it, Ventura College and Moore Park College, with their different needs and uniqueness, will need some type of support. And I will also be there supporting each one of the colleges. So I haven't seen for myself any board members specifically advocate for a specific college. It's really been the needs of the college in these 3 years. So, and if we're looking at the ISER for these 3 years, I myself haven't seen that. So, but we will see in our future meetings when certain colleges might come to us, we'll see the advocacy of trustees of where they are. And because at this point, we haven't had a college yet come to us with the need requesting supports for funding for additional needs.
Others? Because all of you said that you meet it. You feel that you do exactly what this says, that you're an independent policymaking body reflecting whatever, and you don't advocate for certain things or exercise undue influence under political pressure. That's what people looking at you think, and you don't see yourselves that way. And I haven't read what the ISER says, but I'm hoping that, I don't know, Josh, sure, what, Trustee Chancellor.
Bernardo was speaking first, I think. And
Oh,
then,
I'm sorry. You call on them because I can't see.
okay, Bernardo, you were speaking first, and then Josh.
Yeah, as I read
first names.
Thank you. Sorry. As I reread this, you know, I may have fallen on my pencil also, Diane, but I still think I would stand by an affirmative response. But I can see that I may feel or see the answer to this question one way, but that doesn't mean that other observers don't see it a different way as far as the board's actions. So I can certainly accept that. And so I'm trying to look at these action steps here and see if I can accept them as written, or maybe they need just a slight little tweaking. That's all.
Trustee Chancellor, Josh.
You know, a couple things I think fall behind this, and not to get too historical, but when I was elected, one of the first pieces of information that came before us was a CBT report, and then also another study that really highlighted a rift or challenge of labor relations between management and our employees. And I really took a level, I know all our trustees did, a level of seriousness that there needed to be some areas of improvement in that area, or, you know, a pathway to improvement. And then coupled with that was, I mean, we were in impasse. We were close to a very significant labor, you know, a calamity, you know, something that could have really gone sideways. Luckily, it didn't, and it was resolved. So you know, we had meetings where we had 50 plus public comments, and it was a very tense time. And it was a time I think the board had to provide some leadership and perspective from labor groups, because that's a key part of the, you know, the operations of our district and supporting that. And even through the pandemic, you know, we heard loud and clear from a lot of our employee groups that, and I'm very proud of owning this, that I really think working conditions are learning conditions for our students. And when there's concern about some of the working conditions, and labor groups come to the board with some frustrations or some concern, I think it is our role not to get into operations, but to ask some important questions. And so that's, but I don't think any of the questions and influence is inappropriate. I firmly believe we're doing our job. So that's where I landed on that one.
also needed some clarification. So I'm looking at the actions because everything we do, it sometimes pertains to colleges. So contribute to district-wide rather than single college perspectives on discussion and action items. In our listening sessions, I'm not sure if trustees had the opportunity to go to the colleges as well as a DAC listening session, but they really appreciate their uniqueness and their autonomy. And it's one of the beautiful things that the colleges really, and they are very unique and very different, each one on their own, with who they are and what they, and the programs they offer to our students. And so I don't see us not being able to deliberate and speak about our district without necessarily talking about the uniqueness and autonomy of each one of our colleges. So when I hear about contribute district-wide, it's more of, are we able to speak about a particular college? If there's a situation occurring at Moore Park, they have a zoo, something, you know, God forbid happens with the zoo and there's additional funding that's needed. I mean, things can happen. And there needs to be conversation specifically to our colleges. Can we have that? Because when I see that action item, I don't understand it. Avoid promoting and advocating for individual specific groups or colleges. It's not advocating or promoting it. It's really heavy. It's difficult for me to understand. Then how do I have my meetings? Because our colleges, they have their uniqueness. We are a district, but in this moment of diversity, we are diverse, and that's the beauty of who we are as a district in our colleges, and being mindful and respectful of who they are as well. And that's one of the major things that our colleges, all three of our colleges, have really expressed about it. And you're able to see it when you're listening to the staff. You will hear each listening session was very different, and what they brought to the table was very different. And it was a beautiful, I'm so happy that I was able to be in all four of those listening sessions, because it allowed me to understand really our district and our colleges and who we are. So to me, it's a little unclear of how I can conduct business without necessarily being able to speak of the specific needs of each one of our colleges. And do not use board meetings time to expound on personal philosophies or speak to advance personal or political agendas. I don't understand that one specifically because I don't necessarily see it for myself as a trustee. So I would need a little bit more direction or a little bit more understanding why that bullet point is listed, because I don't necessarily have seen it. So those are just a couple comments.
This one can be a little tricky to respond to what you're saying. I think you make excellent points. In multi-college district, the board has a multi-college district. You're representing different areas. You get a lot of pressure. I guess I'll just give you how I view this. I don't know particularly about your district, but the idea is that a board member, even though a board member is elected by a certain area, the idea, and there may be a college in your area, is that you don't, that as a board member, you're part of a whole, and that when you speak with the good of the whole in mind. And having in mind what you said, there will be, the colleges are very distinct. They have different needs. And so there will be things that come up and that you might bring up that affect one college and doesn't have an impact on another. So I think this has to be in reference to what happened with Oxnard and pulling that one out and showing that as maybe a favorite or something. You know, that's how people view things. I wasn't here, I don't know, that's my guess. And so it is hard because they're so distinct, and there will be things that come along that that only one college has a need for, or one challenge. You gave the example of the zoo, and some have, you have some programs that are only at one college, one in the district. So, so it is hard to discern here exactly what this meaning is, but when you're in a board meeting and you're speaking, I think the idea is that you're speaking for the good of the whole. The chancellor and his staff want support, especially when it comes to things like negotiations. They get really nervous when they can hear from the mouths of board members things that they've been negotiating, and that's been kind of just only between those people, and it gets back to board members, and they're thinking, well, they're talking to board members and the board members are taking their side. It's those kinds of things, just from what I know about this, my own experience, that kind of come out in board member meetings, and you can hear board members echoing what union people have said. So of course they start to think, oh my goodness, they aren't hearing us. They're supporting the other side. So I think it's those kinds of things. And what you want to be known for, and what this standard is asking you to do, is not to be influenced by those outside pressures, that you're thinking about the good of the district. You're not advancing something that somebody wants politically that could maybe hurt the district, but that you're always thinking objectively and not being influenced from outside, whether it's unions or other political entities. That's what that standard is getting at. And I guess the writers of this have seen evidence of some violation of that. Other comments?
It sounds like, Trustee McKay, that you had meant to vote did not meet, so we should change that to a 4-1.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So there you have it. And you're gonna, and there, the suggestion here is that you change, if you exhibit this behavior, then see if you can change it. If you don't, then you don't have a problem.
And it might be worth going, we all have that ICER and why they wrote, and so maybe we just need to go back and visit that on our own.
And again, it's how you're perceived. So it's that way to somebody.
Yeah.
And if it's in writing, the team will be coming back, looking at it and viewing, and forming an opinion, because they're coming to validate. So if we go to the next one, that's the only one like that, I think. I think all the others are okay. Let's see. The board acts in a manner consistent with its policies and bylaws. The board regularly assesses its policies and bylaws for their effectiveness in fulfilling the college district system mission and revising them as necessary. So ground rules in the new vision statement will be referenced rather than bylaws. So 4 of you said that you didn't meet that. Actions recommended by staff. Board members will act to support the board vision and follow the ground rules. You will follow board policies, and we went over all of these about how you're supposed to behave. And then the board and chancellor will schedule regular assessment of board policies. Evidence, we'll see it in your behavior. Outcome, the ratings will be reassessed and analyzed in March, and they'll be higher. Reactions to this one? Any objections? This is what you said about yourselves.
Dr. Benjamin, I just had a quick question. So would that go through our policy? We did make a revision for delegation of authority to the chancellor for BP 2430 in the draft. The change wasn't reflected. It was still the same.
Oh.
And we agreed to it on January 8th, and it was still the same, the draft policy that was sent to us.
Dr. Gillespie, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just it hadn't been changed in the system yet because it just got pulled out of board docs, I think. So it's still going through the process to get updated. But we have the change from the 8th, I believe, Patty, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
So where did you see this, Trustee Torres?
We were sent, well, there are also the documents for today's meeting. I just reviewed it because I know we had made the change and it said draft. So when I saw the word draft, I said, okay, they've already started working on it. And so I looked to see if it was included, but it wasn't. We still had the former language and not the one.
Yeah, it
so
just
now
hasn't
we know
been updated and draft
forthcoming.
And draft carried over because this action steps were draft, and so it went on to everything.
Okay. So it sounds like you're okay with number 7. Let's go to standard 8. So 3 of you said you meet it, 2 said you did not. To ensure the institution is accomplishing its goals for student success, the governing board regularly reviews key indicators of student learning and achievement and institutional plans for improving academic quality. So the district will complete development of the measures of achievement dashboard for ongoing and up-to-date board access to the district's 6-year strategic plan outcomes data. So that's gonna happen or will be happening soon. The board and chancellor will establish a schedule for regular review of student learning and achievement data and plans for improving academic quality. That doesn't exist already. I'm assuming they don't get this.
It does, but we'll formalize it to these new dashboards and the measures of achievement here. Yeah.
Okay. And then you will use the data dashboards and access information sources publicly available on the district and college websites. So I'm assuming on your side, Dr. Gillespie, you will apprise the board of when dashboard is ready and they can.
Yeah, under the evidence and outcome, we're hoping to have that ready by March of 22.
Okay.
And then we can update a meeting calendar review, whether that, is 3 times a year, twice a year, or depending upon which measures the board has particular interest in.
Okay. Trustees, you okay with that one? More,
Yeah.
that's the work of the staff than
Right,
you
and
on this one.
I think the board has had a particular interest in AB 705. Our local assembly member was disappointed to see 2 of our colleges offering more basic, putting more students in basic skills and less in college level, falling behind of what the intent of AB 705 was. And that was brought to my attention. So that may have, affected my vote. I feel like we've spent, we've had presentations on it, but I was really surprised we were going backwards, not forwards on it.
Okay. Other comments?
Josh has his hand up.
Yep. For me, this is an area of growth that I'd really like to see, and I'll phrase it this way: is as a board, the only area that I've heard from the district that I could recollect is an area of growth for the district is our enrollment sort of crisis. But we do so many things so well, and we hear about that, and it's really exciting to support it. However, I think there's also, in an organization of our size, there's areas of growth. And I think it's really important that the board is made aware consistently our areas of growth. And I think that is, I feel personally, just as one trustee, that we're not given that information as regularly or as transparent, in a transparent form that we could then make informed decisions. For example, the budget, because I do think these things are connected. And I would like to see more information given about our 3 colleges, and as a district, this is a sense of urgency. This is something that we need to do because the data supports it. And so that was a big part of my vote on that one.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully with what the actions the district will take here, that'll provide some of what you're asking for. Other comments? All right, let's go to number 9. I mean, the next one, number 10. Board policies, oh boy. Board policy and our bylaws clearly establish the process for board evaluation. The evaluation assesses the board's effectiveness in promoting and sustaining academic quality and institutional effectiveness. The governing board regularly evaluates its practices and performance, including full participation in board training, and makes public the results. The results are used to improve board performance, academic quality, and institutional effectiveness. So one of you said you didn't meet that. Actions.
That was probably me, because I was trying something new. And it was at the end of the meeting and we were grading ourselves with a number, but there was not the robust discussion that is supposed to go along with that type of self-evaluation.
Okay. So you'll begin using a new meeting evaluation form, and you did that, and that was good. I watched that. I thought that was really good.
Mm-hmm. I feel like we've addressed it, but that's why I put no.
Okay. We'll include input from others regarding annual board evaluation. Board will discuss and establish a process. So you're going to do a 360 at one point, like every 3 years or something?
Yeah, we used to do a 360. We started with annual, then we went to quarterly because they said the annual came at such a busy time of year, we weren't getting participation. And then this year with the new format, I just didn't come up with a good way other than them filling out a piece of paper and handing it in of their participation. So hopefully with this new form, they will, use the same form that we are and give us some feedback.
So you mean for each meeting, or do you want to include them in your formal they fill out a form on you, people who regularly come to meetings?
Again, we have some division on that.
Oh, okay.
So we need to talk that through as a board. We've been doing 60s and a couple, some trustees did not feel like some of the comments were appropriate that we were getting. And because they come anonymously, it feels, so in trying to be respectful of that, we tried something new.
Okay, good. All right, other comments on this one? All right, let's go to the next one, please. 11A. The governing board upholds a code of ethics and conflict of interest policy, and individual board members adhere to the code. So there was one person who felt you didn't meet that. All board members will submit annually the Form 700. Is that not happening?
Ellen, I'd like to speak to this because I think I was the one.
Okay.
Came up. I've reflected on this and reflected on the remarks that I made at the time. And the conclusion I've come to is to say that we're violating a code of ethics is probably too strong of a position to take. But the Oxnard issue and how it was done, the how of it, was very much in the forefront of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And for lack of another place in this document to sunshine it, that's why I made the remarks that I did.
Okay.
I think that this could easily, now that we have seen the inadvisability of end runs like that, this could easily become a 5-0 instead of 4-1. So I've been looking forward to an opportunity to say that, because I didn't want to give the impression that trustees are somehow engaging in fraud or something much larger when you think about ethical conduct. But it just wasn't done right. It was corrected. It was a lesson, I think, a lesson learned, and we will see if it's a lesson learned.
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments? All right, so the Form 700 will be filled out in a timely manner. You'll follow your protocols to investigate suspected or documented violations. And you will review as a reminder, your code of ethics annually. Evidence will be timely submission of those forms, and board meetings, minutes, and video recordings will be documentation that you've changed or adhering to it. Okay.
Form 700s are due pretty soon, so let's all do them.
All right, timely manner, it says. Other comments? Any more hands, Trustee McKay?
Joshua. Oh, or you forgot to take your hand down?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next one. 12. The governing board delegates full responsibility and authority to the CEO to implement and administer board policies without board interference, and holds the CEO accountable for the operation of the district system or college respectively. So 4 said you meet, 1 said does not meet. Now, whoever said does not meet, do you want to comment before we go over the actions? Because I don't remember who.
I think it was me. I do feel like based upon what we talk about at statewide conventions, that we dip into some specifics. We ask about why do we buy cleaning supplies from Home Depot instead of else, and I used to be very concerned about unit counts for curriculum. I kind of learned a better way to deal with that. And so I feel like we sometimes still dive into a little too deeply into those kind of questions. Okay.
So actions, you'll follow all those board policies that govern your behavior, your ground rules. Board members will not provide operational directives to the chancellor's staff. We'll refrain from making evaluative comments on chancellor and staff performance during open meetings. Chancellor performance evaluation discussed only in closed session. Board acts as a whole regarding evaluation of the chancellor. Individual trustees will not directly communicate to the chancellor their individual opinions or performance. And individual board members will refrain from publicly criticizing operational decisions that have been made by the chancellor and staff in accordance with policies and procedures. Reactions to those recommended actions on your part. Okay.
I think some happened and we need to not do it.
Okay. And the outcome, board member discussion and actions during board meetings will focus on policy level implications and decision-making. All board members and chancellor will follow their respectively defined roles, and board meetings will be more efficient and focused. Absolutely. Comments? All right, next one, please. 13, 3 said you meet it, 2 said you don't. The governing board is informed about the eligibility requirements, accreditation standards, commission policies, accreditation policies, etc. The board participates in evaluation of governing board roles and functions in the accreditation process. 2 of you said you didn't meet this one, so the staff has a note here. The board has had specific training from board counsel and the commission on the accreditation process and standards with an emphasis on standard 4C. The board has been provided links, the draft standard 4C ICER, and the accreditation timeline. So the 2 who said you didn't meet this one, you want to speak to your response?
Absolutely. When we had Catherine Webb come over and speak to us, it was mostly specific on standard 4. And as I myself, in terms of looking into the accreditation process, ACCJC, and understanding more the commissioners, who are the makeup of the commissioners, that information hasn't been provided. I would have liked, I was hoping when Catherine Webb came in, she would address standard 4, but also the process itself. This is accreditation. This is how we look at the different colleges. It's actually each college that's accredited, and they look at the board. All of that information was that I didn't know. It was simply this just one aspect of the standards. And for me as a board member, I like to be informed of the entire. Most certainly, I will work on this standard because it pertains to the board. So this is the only standard that I can truly work on. The other ones, I need to have an understanding and how specifically this standard relates to the colleges. How are the colleges? What are they going to be looking at? What is the process? I was provided during board meetings with a timeline of when they're meeting, but sometimes during accreditation updates during the board meetings, there is no accreditation update. And so I would like, as much as we're spending time on this particular area, to also start receiving within board meetings at some point, also updates on where does it currently look like in terms of the colleges, because that information and how it works really hasn't been, at least to myself, really truly provided that training. And so hopefully I'm looking forward to being able to get more information and training on the actual entire accreditation process. Who is the team? What is the makeup of the team? I know that there's volunteers, they receive training. I know that you can submit an application if you're interested, because I looked at the website. So I've done from this last month a lot of review and study on ACCJC and the process because of this standard. So I realized I need to become informed, but not because it's given to me by the district. It's because I have been learning on my own, and I'm understanding a little bit who are these peer reviewers, who exactly is writing the ICER. So for me, it was very important to understand who are the components of the ICER in my district, because the ICER is reflective of individuals. Who is it? How are those individuals selected? Because it's perspectives, and they're very strong perspectives. And I want to understand the writers. And so, and to me, that to me is important, because we're doing this work based on writers, and there's also subjective. And I've to not say anymore, I am very interested in ACCJC at that level, because there's a lot of different perspectives that I would love to add in the process. And I was very happy to see that they're moving forward on a social justice lens with ACCJC at this moment. So I would love to see a little bit more of that for a board. Perhaps that can be a 2-hour, 3-hour study session, that we don't use the business of the board to do this. And I think that many times that's what has lengthened our board meetings, because many times we include study sessions within the board meeting itself. So I think what I've learned through this training, the business of the board is a business, and we will add additional meetings for study sessions, and that's okay. That's just where we're at. So that's where why I voted the way I did.
I would say, I think it was really helpful to read the accreditation reports from the last time, because then you can see what they are. Yes, they will have the DEI lens this time, but I think it gives you a clear idea of what the other standards are and what that gets written. It's a lot of work.
Mhm. Yeah, and your no then, Trustee Torres, was that you didn't feel you got complete information, a full understanding of what accreditation was and the whole picture. You got just a part of it.
Yes.
Other comments on this one? Okay, so the action here is that you'll request additional information from the chancellor, updates from the college that will further support their understanding of the process and their roles. And some districts, multi-college districts will have, and you probably do this once a college ICER is done, they go through the college, do a little presentation to the board so you can know what's in them and all that. All right, next slide, please. Next recommendation.
Can I say something briefly on that one? Just
Oh,
reading
I'm sorry.
through
We're
the
gonna go right ahead.
I think it's important to acknowledge, and I don't want to speak for Stan. I don't know if you've had a role at this level at the community college with accreditation, but I can speak for myself. I've never been involved with the accreditation process, and I do think there's a level of understanding as you go through it, and it's new, and just for staff to be aware that and I think Trustee Torres really highlighted this, as many recommendation or examples that can be provided as possible would just be really helpful, just because it for me anyways, it truly is a foreign, it's a foreign activity to me, and
Right,
hard
right.
to grasp and understand without doing it. So I just wanted to highlight that, reading between the lines.
Yes, especially for new people, and it's different. It's different, and it's important, and the results can have a huge impact on your colleges, and you have to keep in mind that they're accrediting each college. They're not accredited. District offices are not accredited. Information is contained in each one of those reports about the district office, about the board. If there's a sanction against the board, if there's a recommendation about the board on standard 4C, that recommendation is in each one of those college reports. If there's a sanction against the board, it's in each one of the college reports. So the colleges, your behavior has a huge impact on each of your colleges and how you look in that report.
But Trustee Perez and I lived through that. We came on after the visit had occurred. 2 of our colleges were put on warning. There was board issues in that. And then there was followed by a special concern because of a trustee's advocacy for a single college and not fulfilling a promise of professional development that we had made to a visiting team. And so then all 3 of our colleges were put on probation specifically because of board action. And then, it included not just the one trustee's action, but that the rest of us didn't do anything concrete to correct it. And so that's when we had to go back and deal with we had to rebuild policies to have, just like if we're going to sanction someone or what we're going to do and put processes in place for that. And it was all really unpleasant in our first 2 years of being trustees.
Yes, you don't want a sanction. Okay, so that.
Oh, I just wanted to add real quickly, and this is mostly for Greg, perhaps just to get some direction or some ideas. For me, I would like to understand the district office and decisions at the district committee level, the impact on the colleges, because the colleges also have each one has their participatory governance process, and they have their own system to ensure everything has run through their colleges to make decisions in terms of their college-wide policies. And then it comes to the district level with district staff also giving input to the ICER. And so for me, in my own learning, in terms of as we're looking forward and maybe scheduling something to let us trustees know of the accreditation process, how does district impact also colleges? Because I have learned a lot, particularly to these learning sessions of the colleges, and how does the district, because the district isn't accredited, how does district input on their beliefs on, could be about board members, it can be about other areas, also have an impact within the college. So it's interesting. It would be good for me to see district input, how it also affects the colleges when the colleges themselves might have really strong and good participatory governance process within their own colleges, how district input affects them. So that would be helpful for me to know as we have an upcoming training perhaps on this process.
And if you look at the standards, there's one set of questions on multi-college districts. And on the, I don't know if you looked at that, and on the chancellor and all that, and all of those, it's the same as with the board. They're in each one of those college reports.
They look identical.
Mm-hmm. So that's how it goes. Anyway, we're at the end. We've gone through all those. And then your vision statement there at the end that you wrote last week, 2 weeks ago, that you agreed to. And that, I think that concludes everything, unless you want to go through, because I'm so sorry this has taken so much time.
No, it was actually, I think, helpful to take the extra time to do it. And we'll catch up on some of the other items and or do another one later on if we need to. So that'll be fine, because it was helpful, I think, to go through this in some more detail. So really want to thank you, Dr. Benjamin, for facilitating the discussion with the board again. I think it's really helpful. Yeah. And I know that we'll be spending more time with you, probably not March or April time, because we'll kind of go through these again and reevaluate and see
Okay.
where we're at.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to work with serious people.
All right. Thanks, Ellen.
Okay.
But Chair McKay, we could, we're close enough to probably our lunch break to just do that. And then we'll start off with the strategic plan discussion at 12:30, if that's okay.
Okay, is everyone okay with maybe doing a 20-minute lunch instead of 30 minutes, just to make up a little time? And then if everyone could be back, at 11:15 or 12:15, then we just could make up a little time, or is that just pushing everyone too much today?
I don't mind staying a little bit longer if needed, to finish up. I can work past, I can go till 2:30 if we need to, so I don't have, in terms of the schedule, just so you know, so you don't feel rushed. I'm okay if we need to go a little bit later. I'm okay with that time as well.
Okay, but are you
Likewise.
okay with the 20-minute lunch, or
Probably I would need at least additional 5 minutes. There is something that I kind of wanted to do, and I don't know if I'll be back in time, because I'm actually going to leave my house to go get something and then come back.
Okay, all right, so then we'll stick with the half hour and have everyone back at 12:25.
Okay, thank you.
Drive carefully. Oh, we're ready, Stan. Hello, Cynthia.
Hi there.
Thank you for getting the extra hour and a half.
And Cynthia, go ahead. I mean, if you need the hour, that's okay. We'll make up on some of the others, but we'll just see where it goes.
Okay,
Because this is an important topic too.
okay.
We've been waiting for it, so please.
And
go through.
unfortunately, I cannot see people's faces for some reason. So if somebody raises their hand or has a question, would somebody guide me to that through that?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll help you.
Okay, thank you. That's the
Made
problem.
it, Gabby. Safely ran your errand and returned.
I did. I actually was able to get something to eat in the meantime. So there were places close by, so I did.
I warmed up leftovers from last night and I have my trail mix snack.
I forgot to get leftovers. I had dinner with my mom. I went to her house. Well, I always go to my mom's house, but yesterday I was so tired. I forgot to get my lunch. Typically, I'll get my lunch to take to work. And I forgot, oh, wait, you're working tomorrow. You should have prepped your lunch for this meeting. I completely forgot. And so I didn't have anything, but it's okay. I have something close by to get food from.
Okay, we need Josh back.
Let's see, don't see yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he got logged off and that could take a minute to get him logged back on. Oh, there he is. I see him back, coming back. And he's back. Oh, he has a light on and we can see you now. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Dr. Herrera, thank you for putting together this plan. And if you would walk us through it, that would be excellent. Raise your hand or get my attention somehow. Dr. Herrera can't see our faces when she's doing the plan. So if you have a question on something that she is presenting, let me know and then I'll let her know.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, thank you for allowing me this time to share with you what we as a district have been doing over the past 6 months and plus regarding the strategic plan. When I started in June, one of the very first things that the chancellor asked me was, his first request was, I need you to work on a strategic plan and get it vetted and presented to the board. And we had a time frame and we stayed pretty close to the time frame. And so as in June, when I was reflecting on the approach that I was going to take to get this moving forward, you know, I've learned a lot in higher education, a lot of book learning, but I reflected back to when I was growing up as a child on a farm. And unbeknownst to me, my parents were great strategic planners. As being a farmer, there are things that you focus on to make sure that you get great bumper crop. And the first thing that you focus on is proper preparation, because the richer the soil, the more abundant the harvest. And so we would start the fall before the summer harvest, the fall harvest, the final fall harvest, enriching the soil. In Michigan, you get a lot of rain, which makes a lot of green grass, but you also get a lot of snow. And there's only one harvest a year. Unlike when I came to California, I was amazed at the rotation throughout the whole year of cropping. And so proper preparation was important in making sure that the next year, your field was prepared and ready to grow the crop. The second area of focus that we looked at was a system or a method used to maximize our crop production. We recognized that there was certain staging that had to occur with various crops, rotating crops from year to year. The timing of planting the seeds, because in Michigan, you could get a torrential rain and it can ruin your whole crop. So we would pay attention to the Farmer's Almanac. And it was interesting because my mother would always say, you plant the root crops 4 days before the full moon, and you plant the surface soil crops 4 days after a new moon. And whether it was an old wives' tale or it actually worked, but she had a system to actually planting that would enhance the abundant harvest. The next thing that we did was during that time when we were growing the crop, we attended to the crop. We were out there in the field with hose and we were pulling out the weeds that were choking the crop that we had planted. And we would till the soil and push it up against the stalk of the crop to make it strong. So we were always attending to that crop throughout that growing period to make sure that it was successful. And then we knew that, you know, we needed to have harvesting staged, because if you don't stage your harvest, you become overwhelmed. And so a good farmer always knew the timing of when his crop would be ready to harvest and when it wasn't ready to harvest, and leave it go for a little longer to not overwhelm the process. And the last but not least is reaping the benefits. All year long, you're recognizing that what you did or didn't do may or may not produce a bumper crop. And some things are out of, like weather is out of your control. But the nice thing is that you know that you can look at what happened and then go back and reassess what needs to be done the next year, either to the soil or the process or the equipment, to really make it a strong bumper crop. So that's what I think, focused on when we were looking at this development of a strategic plan for the district. And so this strategic plan, which goes from 2021 to 2027, is a roadmap to achieve the VCC strategic goals from the Board of Trustees that were established and refined in June of 2021. And so this strategic plan serves as a framework for bringing together and integrating the goals of the California Community College Chancellor's Office, the district and the Board of Trustees goals, and the three colleges, Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura. And based on Dr. Benjamin's discussion this morning, this falls right in alignment with your board quiz on organizational structure, number 2. Determine in consultation with key college personnel an organizational structure that is designed to achieve institutional goals and meets the board standards for effective organization. And it also falls in line with numbers 18 through 23, all around planning. So this strategic plan is essential to the health and the productivity of the crop that we are working forward on, which are our students. This plan focuses on realizing the full potential of each college within the district and meeting the future workforce needs of the region. We do embrace our vision of being a leader in the development of high quality, innovative educational programs and services. So this plan identifies specific targets and measures with global strategies and is an overarching plan that guides major interventions and strategies. So the intent of the document that you have in front of you is to assist in focusing on long-range sustainable changes that move the district forward to attain the board's 4 strategic goals. There we go. Okay, so how did we go forward in the establishment and the vetting and the review process throughout our district? Again, the Board of Trustees had a strategic planning session in June of 2021.
Oh, Cynthia, we're supposed to be seeing the PowerPoint on screen. We're not seeing it.
You're not?
No.
Oh.
Are you sharing your screen?
What? Oh, so you didn't see the.
We didn't. Well, we all have a copy of it. So I know you were talking at your title slide and we saw, you know, the one with the gears there where what's
Okay.
being integrated there. Now it's on. We're good. We're good.
You're on
Thank
now?
you. Yep. Yep.
Now we're on
Okay. Okay.
I think we're on the next page where she starts, where it says June.
Can
Yeah,
you
there we
see it
go.
now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So the Board of Trustees met in June, and then we had a district-wide retreat with all of the college leaderships in the end of June, and it went to Consultation Council. And we're talking about the measures of achievement, the strategic measures of achievement that will align, which are the targets or the metrics that will align to the goals that were created by the Board of Trustees. It went to Chancellor's Cabinet in July for discussion, and then August through October, we went through a vetting process of first and second reads, Academic Senate, Classified Senate, student, the student body, and then the appropriate or the pertinent participatory governance committee structures that could offer input and feedback into it. Are you seeing my slide? Okay. So as we move forward, how do we go from words on a page to a pragmatic implementation using responsible innovation to achieve these 4 strategic goals that the district has put forward? Everybody can read the strategic plan. What I'm interested in is how do we make this strategic plan a living document that we can use to move forward in the direction that is given to us via those 4 strategic goals. And so this plan recognizes 3 main areas. How do we integrate? How do we communicate? And then how do we maintain accountability? So that we can make sure that these overarching areas are the vital components to implementing and creating transparency. I think transparency is the key to trust. And so we want to make sure that we're creating transparency for continuous improvement and supporting proactive program that's innovative throughout our district. So this is the wheel, this is a visual that I put together just to show how we connect. We have the State Chancellor's Office, which is up in Sacramento, and they have 6 Vision for Success goals. And the colleges are supposed to be in alignment with those goals. So the VCCCD Board of Trustees developed their 4 strategic goals that are in alignment and global enough to be able then to create specific metrics or measures of achievement and strategies that the colleges can then utilize for their strategic plan or enrollment management plan. So we develop the strategic plan that includes the demographics, the measures, the metrics, and the strategies. But to really get to the accountability, we need a form or a visual for transparency. And that's where we're creating these Tableau dashboards that all of us should have access to. And then the way we truly integrate it is through our district-wide participatory governance process. And I'll talk a little bit about that on the next slide, because where we're doing is we want to integrate and communicate at the same time. So this is what a visual that I put together. When a person comes to the district, it's overwhelming to really understand how our committees meet, how we communicate, how the district integrates with the colleges. What is a 10+1? What is 9+1? So on your far left side over here, you'll see the 10+1, which are all the areas that Academic Senate participate in. And then you'll see the 9+1 of all the areas that the Classified Senate participate in. Each one of the colleges has a structure that they utilize to incorporate the 10+1 and the 9+1 areas. And you will see that Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura have very different structures. So how do we integrate and communicate across the colleges who are utilizing the same 10+1 and 9+1, little bit varying structures, and then look at the district structures? Now, this is where people get really blown away, because when we look at our district advisory board bodies, We have about what, 9 of them there that are responsible for advising the district. Now, all of these participatory governance, advisory, or decision-making bodies have representation from the colleges. And the representation includes academic Senate representation, classified Senate, discipline specific depending on the advising board or the participatory governance structure, student government representation. We have the vice presidents of business services, student services, and academic affairs. We have institutional effectiveness and the representatives from each one of the colleges and districts. And then we have marketing and outreach from the district in each one of the colleges. And depending on the focus of these bodies, depends on the composition of the membership. But the intention is for these bodies to communicate to each other at a district level. And then those that are participating from the colleges take the information back to their participatory structures to discuss and come back. So we were talking about policies and communication and how do we do that across the district. Strategic planning requires that you have integrated communication systems. So the way we have our system right now is we have these advisory bodies and these governing boards. We then have board of trustee committees. And we were talking about the policies this morning and how do the trustees get input into the board policies before it actually goes to the board? Or how do we get involved in the decision-making on the budget? We have the administrative services committees. So some of the information that comes out of these top boards go to these 2 committees. Some go straight to the administrative decision-making bodies. We just recently reinstated these 2 particular committees. So prior to that, everything was going directly here and then to the trustees. So from this administrative decision-making bodies, we have the Chancellor's Cabinet, the Chancellor's President's Council, and the Chancellor's Administrative Council. It goes to a district-wide consultation council. And after that discussion and review occurs, it is then goes to the Board of Trustees. Now, the Board of Trustees can have their discussion and decide we wanted to go back to one of these committees for more information. Or we want one of these committees to take it back to the colleges to get more information and come back. So you can see when we're talking strategic planning that if we don't have the visual or the understanding of our structure, things can get and go awry really fast. So here's an example of communication and continuous improvement. We have the District Council on Enrollment Management, which is intended to facilitate and exchange the data and communicate outcomes on an ongoing basis. What we really want this new, and it is relatively new, committee or council structure to do is to look at the data and make informed decisions and recommendations of either pilot projects or high impact practices, or make recommendations on expansion, but really look at opportunities to support continuous improvement, responsible program innovation, and expansion of various projects, activities, and processes across our district. And again, because this District Council on Enrollment Management is so well populated with representation across the colleges and across the district, we have a really strong integration of voice and focus. We also have an Institutional Effectiveness Advisory Council. Now, I'm expanding, we're looking to expand the responsibilities in this area, but we really want to use this IEAC as a participatory governance committee that will facilitate the creative tools and surveys to evaluate our relative outcomes that are to effectiveness and impact. So we have our quantitative data, which is our numbers, and we have qualitative data, which is our surveys, our perception surveys, our modern think, our CESI surveys of students and how they feel our organization is meeting their needs. And so this IEAC really needs to work very closely with the District Council on Enrollment Management so that there's a give and take of information to support each other and to support the district. And it's really important that as we move forward, that we have regularly scheduled updates to the Board of Trustees to inform their annual strategic planning sessions when refining and modifying these strategic goals. Any questions so far? Okay, now let's move into accountability. I hear a lot about wanting to have a better understanding. And again, my whole intention is to enhance transparency, and it's the district's intention to enhance transparency, to build our trust, to better understand, to make informed decisions so that we can improve our enrollment, improve our district effectiveness and efficiencies. So one of the tools, and it's a huge shift of going from looking at something on a paper to going to a Tableau dashboard and being able to know how to work with the filters. So on the next slide, or one slide after the next slide, I'm going to go a little bit into the Tableau dashboards. But I think it's really important to know that this is one of those processes that's going to take time. And as I add another layer of expectation to promote transparency, we have to understand that that is also adding another layer of work on the already overburdened one person that's in institutional effectiveness doing all of our data pulls and our research. So it's a process that we're moving towards, but it's not something that's going to happen overnight. And as we transition from our Model T to our Porsche, we're going to know that we are taking steps towards making it as user-friendly as possible while adding data components. So it takes a little bit of time. The tool also provides us to disaggregate data by ethnicity, gender, a lot of different filters to identify success and equity gaps amongst our student populations. So the strategic plan measures of achievement will be able to be subject to regular review and revision based on the data, both qualitative and quantitative, that we're capturing. In the IEAC, the Institutional Effectiveness Advisory Council, we have a survey calendar. And that survey calendar is for the district. So at any given time, we know what surveys are going forward and what time they're going forward in the colleges. Now, do we have last minute surveys that come up because of a crisis of some sort due to COVID? Absolutely. But we're trying to structure our surveys throughout the year, number one, so that we don't overwhelm the students and they start ignoring the surveys, or we don't overwhelm the staff and they start ignoring the surveys and we don't get the feedback. So what we want these surveys to do is offer us insight into what's working and perhaps what needs to be improved. So district-wide continuous improvement is really important that we have an operational, pragmatic, strategic plan moving forward. And so by utilizing the data throughout this strategic plan cycle.
Cynthia, there's two hands up with questions. So
okay.
Trustee Chancellor was first, followed by Trustee Mantooth and then Torres.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. I'm just curious on the surveys. It just struck me when a student's in a class, is it in the CBA or the policy of the district that a student has to complete an evaluation for their assigned professor or faculty member?
Are you talking about evaluating the faculty or the course?
Yes.
No, there's no mandate.
Oh, so that doesn't happen in every class?
It does happen. It's distributed, but there's no mandate you must. There's no consequence for not doing it.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. That's news to me. So, and the reason why I ask is if it was something that was universally completed, it seems like an opportunity to maybe integrate some of those district or college accountability and improvement questions within that to see if students were already completing that. But I'll save that question because I didn't know it wasn't universally happening. So.
Well, it's happening. You asked, I think the question was, are they mandated to do it?
Okay, I guess my follow-up would be, I wonder what percentage of courses have evaluations completed. So, but I'm going to save that for another time. I thought there could be a bridge between these two things that we're seeking, but I'm going to save that question for a later date. So thanks.
Yeah.
And just to clarify though, that yeah, the evaluations do occur in all the classes. The students have the opportunity to do that. What Cynthia is saying is that on the student side, the fill rate depends upon the course. Some classes get a high response rate from the students, some a lower response rate, but every class is evaluated.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better. Okay, cool. Well, then I guess I think I already said it, but I'll just quickly, I wonder if there's an opportunity to also seek some of the information that you're pushing out through that process, since we know is happening, or at least students have access to that question. So anyways, thank you.
There's another opportunity for students to give us feedback, and it's called the SESI, and it's the Student Perception Survey, and it hits all of those quality areas that we're looking for feedback from students. So that's another way that we can capture that information.
Okay, Trustee Mantooth and then Trustee Torres.
Yeah, two questions. Just curious about the survey calendar, and forgive me, I haven't looked. Is it on the website somewhere? And the survey results, are they also available, and are they archived so that we can see things over time? That's my first question.
The first answer to your first question is that the Institutional Effectiveness Advisory Council on their agenda every month has an item, and to attach to that item is the survey calendar. So you can go to the board docs and go to the IEAC, go to the agenda, and I think it's the second or third item, and it addresses the survey calendar.
Okay, very good. And then with regard to the Tableau measures of achievement, do individuals who are accessing that have the ability to have what I would call maybe a report writer function? If we want to look at the data in a different way, is it something that can be done by the user?
No, it's not something that can be done by the user, and that's where when I show you the Tableau, what we're trying to do is do it in a story format and use different tabs. And then like a request was for the veterans that are participating in the district courses, they needed for some of the grants that they're applying for, they needed a specific Tableau created to capture information around veterans. And so we created a Tableau dashboard for them. At each of the colleges in their institutional effectiveness offices, they have individuals who can create Tableau dashboards to meet their needs. If you're looking to filter, that's what we're trying to do with our Tableau, is allow the user to filter it. And then once we get to that push stage, we will have it so that's set up so we can have frequently asked questions that will then give a response, but we're not there yet. So Tableau is set up by the institutional effectiveness offices, and we respond to the requests for new visualizations as needed.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
Thank you. And that was the word I was looking for that I couldn't remember, which was filter.
Mm-hmm.
And I do prefer the Corvette over the Porsche.
Oh, okay, me too, but
change the name of it then. Okay, Trustee Torres.
Okay, so just so I understand a little bit the function of the committee on the district enrollment management with the advisory, the purpose of this is to have something uniform. So as we were presented information within the last couple of months of surveys that were submitted to students, each college did it differently and they chose their specific metrics of how it was going to be done. So as a district, we truly couldn't say, this is the way we obtained information as a district. These are the metrics we used. And this is really just bringing it together. So we have the same survey for everyone. The metrics were vetted out through the enrollment committee, also with guidance from the advisory, the institution effectiveness guidance advisory. So we're able to really study and be intentional about the specific questions we're asking and to determine, is these the metrics? How are we outreaching to the students who are not attending class? And that's going to then be pushed out through all the colleges. So they use the same survey for our students. No.
Part of what you're saying is correct. It's kind of like herding cats. We have an intention when we want to distribute a survey, but each of the colleges have unique needs and they have unique inquiries. So they will want to perhaps modify their survey to give them the information that they're needing most when it comes to responding to emergencies or changing conditions. If we're looking at annual structured surveys that we know are going to be every year, like the CCCCD, we can take those outcomes because that is uniform across the 3 colleges. So we have kind of 2 tiers of surveys. We have surveys that go out where we recommend a frame and they modify that frame to meet their specific needs based on an emergency situation or a changing situation. And then we have annual surveys that are the same throughout all 3 colleges that the students respond to.
So with this committee, so for example, before we had the position of the Vice Chancellor of Institution Effectiveness Field, we were looking at AB 705. And so I know that in the presentation, we're going to look at success rates, but one of the things that was in interest of the board was really understanding our students that were obtaining Ds and Fs, what was the percentage of that and what were we doing to address it district-wide. And so when I hear a district committee, I hear of we're trying to centralize and not necessarily to control, but to simply have truly, when you're presenting as a district, this is how it looks like the information we're receiving. Otherwise, I see it as each college will present as they did before. Each college would come and present what they were doing with their metrics, the reason behind it. This is how we are addressing, and more per college. And the presentation came to us February of last year, and each college came and presented how they were addressing AB 705, their programs, what they did. So I'm trying to understand a little bit more the function at the district level, because in my mind, I'm thinking now that we have the office, this district committee, they're going to be able to compile everything and give us more of a picture of a district. How does it look like with information that, because I'm listening that all of the colleges have representation at the district level. So whatever is agreed upon is something that the colleges also agreed. And so now we have this committee that's making decisions because it's one of the governing bodies that's coming. It's one of the processes within the district before it gets to us. That this is how we're moving forward. So we have now more, there's been more research that has gone into the service we're distributing. We've come together and this is how we're addressing different students we haven't been able to get input. So that's one of the ones that I'm still trying to understand more, the role of the District Enrollment Management Committee. And also when I looked at the Tableau, because I have been looking at it, it gives me information, but the filters don't allow me to be able to work with the story. It just gives me, for example, which is a very beautiful beginning, and I appreciate that we have it. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it's going to continue to evolve, because I remember we had the AB 705 dashboard in February that I was able to look at, and that's how I was able to filter through it. So I was able to obtain the number of the percentage of ethnicity and gender of students who were also obtaining Ds and Fs, because the way it was done was very nicely where I can just pull it and it wasn't done for me. So I don't see that here unless I'm missing it, but that was the dashboard that we had before that I found it to be very helpful for myself or anybody else who can just filter the information and get a glimpse. So it would be nice to maybe have something like that included as we're really focusing on looking into our students and supporting them. So just 2 comments.
Would you like feedback?
Yes,
Oh,
if you like,
So that was a lot. So I think what you'll see today when I go through the strategic measures of achievement, AB 705 is one of the metrics or the measures of achievement that we're going to be measuring. Now you'll see where we have the reported, which comes from the Chancellor's office, but and you'll see it's under construction. We are going to have a real-time dashboard that addresses every metric and where we're at with every metric. And it probably won't be updated until the end of the semester or the end of the year, because that's when the information comes forward. But we'll go through that. And if I don't answer your comment, let me know. But I think we'll go through that when we go through the Tableau dashboard. Any other questions? Okay, all very good questions.
Yeah, I don't see any hands up right now. Gregor, I'll let you know when they come up.
Okay. Okay, so we're talking about this district-wide continuous improvement. And again, it's just like everything else, it's a process. And one of the things, as we move through this strategic plan, I recognize that depending on the amount of preparation or depending on the richness of the soil, we may or may not get it 100% right the first time. But the good thing is we get a second chance once we look at our data. So I feel good about the fact that we're moving this forward. And if it's not perfect, it's okay. We're still getting a huge movement forward and getting closer to looking at data-informed decision-making. Okay, now I'm going to go to the Tableau dashboard. And I'm going to use what I already have set up in my browser. Okay, so in the strategic plan, what you saw at towards the end was, oh no, that's what I was hoping not to happen. What you saw were these crosswalks. And the crosswalk takes the VCCD strategic goal. So the first goal has to do with culture and embracing diversity and valuing employees. That will probably be qualitative data that we utilize to support the metrics that were identified in that particular strategic goal. We probably will have a Tableau dashboard after we get our results of the surveys, but we have to formulate that yet. So the goals number 2, 3, and 4 of the district were quantifiable. So we were able to immediately put those into data-informed Tableau dashboards. So the goal was to increase equitable access and success for all students. And so we wanted to know, how did that align with the Vision for Success goals? And actually it aligns with all 6 of the Vision for Success goals, but specifically goal number 5 and 6, which includes the metrics requested in goals 1 through 4. And then what we did is we developed measures of achievement or metrics that we thought would lead us towards getting to the accomplishment of your goals. We can adjust these at any time, but to get us moving forward, we felt that looking at the number of students that received a degree or certificate and looking at the percentage of degree and certificate transfer seeking students that were completing English and math, that's your AB 705, increase the overall success rate, increase the proportion of transfer seeking students that take at least 24 degree applicable units annually, and increase dual enrollment, or the CCAP, which is our partnerships that we have with our high schools and our adult education schools. And then we have major strategies that we are looking at with the intention of focusing on these strategies to increase the measures of achievement. Now, I don't have a researcher at the district right now, but there are researchers at the college level, and they can develop pilot programs and assess its impact based on the structure of the evaluation that they're doing or the pilot program that they're developing. Hopefully we will get that sophisticated here at the district as we start to be able to add staff.
Dr. Herrera, can you elaborate on that? It sounds interesting when you talk about a researcher to having that's at the colleges and one at the district. Can you elaborate more a little bit about how that would look like and what they do? It sounds interesting. I'd just like to know a little bit more about it. Briefly, if it's too long, it's okay, but.
Okay, well, let's look at a pilot project that we might have with dual enrollment. Right now, we're trying to centralize dual enrollment across the district. Right now, we have individuals at the colleges that have a lot of responsibilities on their plate. One being to increase dual enrollment and doing the outreach to the high schools. It would be nice to be able to identify and assess the impact that dual enrollment is making either on college preparedness or college awareness or college enrollment. And we could set up a structure in a district and study the students that are participating in dual enrollment and then track them over time and identify whether or not it actually either through a qualitative measure or them actually coming to our colleges, whether or not that made an impact. And that's something that a researcher could help us structure, design, and move forward. Rather than just looking at data and saying data goes up, data goes down, and we really haven't been able to really identify the why and what the how is to make it better. You know, before my job here at the district, I was at Oxnard College as the Dean of Institutional Effectiveness. And I was blessed enough to be able to write Department of Education grants that I could hire a researcher that could help me with developing the evaluation process across the campuses to be able to show impact. And we haven't been able to do that at a district level yet because we don't have the resources here. But that's okay. That's something to work towards. Do we have another question?
No, not unless Trustee Torres has another, there are no other hands.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what you see here in this particular dashboard is tracking what has been reported at the Chancellor's using the Chancellor's Office data mart, and it's fed to them through our MIS system. And so you will see that the most recent data that we have is goes back to 2020. So there's a year lag time. So this helps us as far as identifying trends of where we're at as a district, but it doesn't help us in knowing where we're at right now because of the year lag. But this tool is effective in looking at, if we do look at the degrees and certificates that are awarded, that our district has been increasing over the last 3 years, despite COVID. And we have had, we've been achieving a 26% increase. If we looked at 2018 going back, and it was a 27% increase. We said that we would do a 20% increase to be in alignment with the Vision for Success goals and to meet your strategic goal that you created as a district. So in under 2, you will see that each one of these metrics are being measured for trends using reported data. Here's the transfer seeking students that complete English and math. We're at 25% of transfer seeking students completing English and math in their first year. If we compare it across California, they're at 18%. So we're exceeding the California average, but we still have a lot of opportunities for improvement. That's good. Overall course success rate, it's the same thing. We want to increase our course success rate from 76 to 81% because we want to increase the overall graduation rates. And so the challenge that came with COVID was what was good for the students. Gave them the opportunity to use excused withdrawals. But when you have an excused withdrawal, we have to take that out of the factor when we're looking at our success rates, because we will have artificially inflated success rates because now we're not counting students that were not successful, and a lot of the students chose the excused withdrawal rather than going through the course and passing or not passing.
Cynthia, Josh has a question.
Thank you, Josh.
Oh, yeah, hi. You mentioned the areas of growth, and I'm just curious for trustees or to stay in our lane. Where can we see the district's area of growth? Because I can kind of read between the lines in these strategic goals through the measures of achievement, but I'll give you an example. I'm trying to read, and I would think it would be in area 2 or 3, but it's a specific one, but men of color receiving certificates or degrees. And I'm making the assumption that that is an area of growth statewide, but specifically for our district. But as trustees, where can we see that, hear about it, and then also follow up to make sure that it's being addressed, and we can ensure that the budget is also supporting that? Because I know other community colleges have hired specific people to track and implement improvements in those areas.
This is where, as a board of trustee, you can rely on the district council on enrollment management, because we're going to be looking at this data and we're going to be really digesting it and looking at our systems and our processes and our practices and our activities across the colleges. And the colleges are looking at this too. I know when I was at Oxnard College, we saw that variable occurring 5 years ago, 6 years ago, and Dr. Gonzalez started a program for men of color called Omega. And it was specifically to add tutoring services and support services for students, specifically men of color, to support them in their success. So there's a lot going on at the colleges that—
Yeah, I totally agree. It's great to hear that. I guess what I'm looking for is I'm curious with my colleagues on the board, is there a consensus to see either in strategic quarterly or something, or just in print somewhere, that trustees or even community members can quickly and in print see where our areas of growth are, or what are, for example, beyond just saying that the committees are working on it. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
And I think in one of my later slides, you will see where I recommend regularly scheduled reports to the board, and that's depending on how frequently the board wants it, but that'll come later.
Okay. And I would just follow up. I think it's important that and I know it's one of the tenets of your presentation of transparency and communication, but that transparency piece of being very clear about our areas of growth and putting that in print where people, board members included, can find it outside of a board meeting on a website and just say, here's our plan, but also here's our, here's what's grounding our plan. Here's what we're working towards in the sense of areas of growth.
Yeah. That's a very, very good point. Thank you. And I hope I address it later. If I don't, let me know. Okay. One of the things that we are doing, just to be responsive to your question, is we are looking at our institutional effectiveness webpage, and we're going to be reinventing that whole page to be more responsive to exactly what you just said. Again, that's going to take us a lot of time.
And I know it's later in the meeting and going to be in the next numerous meetings, but I think that would be a helpful component too, to also include in our adopted budget, that this budget is reflective of our areas of growth. So individuals, board members included, can kind of connect the dots there and say that this budget clearly addresses our needs, and opposed to, this is the budget from last year and we can continue doing the successful things that we're doing. So just my 2 cents on that.
Would you like some feedback on that?
I love feedback, but I don't know how we're doing on time. So
I will try to move this very quickly. You're going to have a presentation from James Zavas and David Alpatow later. They are going to also be doing that same, and it's a wonderful presentation, by the way. They're going to be doing that same presentation to the District Council on Enrollment Management, because we want to do a better job of integrating our activities in our program and our data and our budget. So I think we're on the right path, and I think we're all in the same alignment. It's just we're in that transition period.
And Cynthia, just to kind of give you an idea time-wise, you have about 10 to 15 minutes to kind of wrap
Okay,
things
all right,
up
all right.
here. Yeah.
All right, so you have the link. If you take the presentation and you open it up and you click on that link, it'll take you to all these dashboards. But 3.1 talks about equitable outcomes, and we're disaggregating it by ethnicity, and we're trying to reduce the equity gaps, and we'll be tracking that. It has to do with transfer seeking students. We're looking at, and this is where Trustee Torres talked about the DF and no pass percentage. And we want to be able to close those equity gaps, and we'll be tracking that. So what you'll see on this particular Tableau dashboard is the reported metrics from the Chancellor's office. Now I'm going to go back, and I'm going to very quickly, I'm going to close that out. What you see here is the strategic measures current. If I click on that, it'll say under construction. So all of those metrics that I just showed you on the one Tableau dashboard that related to the metrics in the strategic plan, this particular Tableau dashboard will have the current information from our operating systems. And I don't know what's going on here. Okay. So now just to quickly run through some of the supporting foundational dashboards that we're creating for the big approach that we're going to have is we have annual and term data, and you can disaggregate it by the term, or you can disaggregate it by the college. We added the GI Bill vets because it was something that the colleges needed or wanted. Disaggregate it by ethnicity, by age group, and by gender. And if you scroll over, so we're looking specific to fall of 2021. And we can see very clearly, now this isn't showing the trend, this is just showing the current data for this. We'll talk about the trends. So this is the head count for each of the colleges. The quadrant to the right is a map of the cities. And if you scroll over the red dot, it'll tell you the count of number of students that are attending in the district, the percent of the overall attendance, and then it disaggregates it by ethnicity. So we can see across, because I have it filtered for all colleges, we can see across the college where they're coming from, what city, and what the ethnic makeup is. We can also look at this fall term, and we can look at the degrees and certificates that were awarded this particular fall term at each of the colleges. We want to, when we're talking enrollment management, part of enrollment management is just not outreach and getting them through the onboarding. It's also retaining them and making sure they're successful. So you can look at any term and what our term retention was, and you can disaggregate it by the various college or the success rate. And then as an indicator for retention, we look at a persistent cohort. So students that started in the fall of 2020, we know that 77% of them persisted to the spring of 21. We know that summer is an outlier. So 37% tells us that 37% of the 100% decided to take summer courses. But look at this, fall of 2021, we lost 34% of our student population. So if we're talking enrollment management, this is something that we're going to be looking at very closely.
Cynthia, Trustee Torres has a question.
Sure.
Hi, Cynthia. Are we able to add first generation to the different things that we're looking at for students? Is it there? I know we have GI Bill, veterans, ethnicity, age, gender, and then can I filter by first generation? Because it tells me a little bit about maybe if I need to have additional supports for students that this is first time that they're going to be coming to college and this is they're navigating it. And so it's helpful. Do we have that or can we add that?
We, under enrollment status, we just had a discussion. We are going to be adding that first generation and the socioeconomic status to these. So you're right on. That's exactly what we need to add.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, let's quickly go to, and do I have another question? Okay, let's go to the trend data. I just want to quickly go through this. You can play with it all you want. Again, you can go by term. I have it sorted for the fall terms, but you can sort it for spring, compare spring. But if you scroll over, it tells you, now we're looking at Oxnard College from year to year, the zip code of the enrollment. It also looks at the trends. And one of the things that we notice is that Moore Park's downtrend didn't occur until fall of 2020. Whereas if you look at Oxnard and Ventura, their downward trend started in fall of 2019 with COVID. So we ask ourselves, what did Moore Park do differently that their trend didn't drop until the final fall? So those are things we can learn at. So we're looking at the trend lines. We're looking at the makeup and where the zip code that they're coming from. We compare that to the FTS and the trend line in the FTS. We look at degrees and certificates, and the degrees and certificates can be filtered by certificates only, degrees, or unknown. And then we can look at specifically across our colleges, what is the percentage of makeup and where are our students coming from? So if we're doing outreach and we're getting a large population from a certain area, but we see that in other areas, we're not getting that same amount of enrollment, it gives us an opportunity to analyze that and look for enhancing our outreach.
I just had a really quick comment. So for example, in this district council enrollment management committee, so when I looked at that data of enrollment, I'm thinking, okay, who is the student population that Moore Park serves based on the data and Moore Park and Ventura? So I would be thinking, I'm not surprised Moore Park was able to maintain it because of perhaps the students that they're serving. Are they first generation? Where are they coming from? And then who is Oxnard and Ventura serving? Are there students that there's more food insecurity? Is that something that would be steady at that level? And then
absolutely.
Oh, that's great to hear.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, that's great. I'm excited. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the intention of doing this is not just to throw numbers out, it's to use the numbers to really look at what's going on to make productive change. Responsible innovation is the way I like to use it. We have a tab for demographics. It looks at ethnicity, the age group, the gender. You can sort it by term. You can do multiple terms. You can compare year to year. So this is something you can look at. I'm just trying to go kind of fast because of the time. This is what we've linked to this dashboard, which is really good if we're trying to write any grants, because we always need the environmental or the demographic data having to do with the economics, the health, the equity, the crime, the education. So this goes through, you can sort by city, and I sorted this one by Oxnard. I live in Oxnard. It's interesting to me. I look at the economics, the number of people employed, the poverty rate, the unemployment rate. This all also goes into our decision-making process when we're looking at the enrollment management opportunities that we can move towards. You can also sort it by zip codes. So if you want to know a specific zip code in the influence in the area, you can sort it by that. It talks about the educational attainment. So we can know at any one zip code, the degree that's been attained in that area. And we can see, well, there's not a lot of students that are going towards associate's or bachelor's degree. So that might be an opportunity for growth. So this whole Tableau dashboard is to help support the environmental understanding of the demographics and what we're serving. And just so that you know that we are also working on, we're looking at enrollment management patterns, equity dashboard. I talked about the vets, and then again, updating this so that it's not static, it's an ongoing dynamic, informative opportunity. So I've gone through the dashboards. Any questions on the dashboards right now? Okay, so now the question is, how do we make this all work? We got the strategic goals, we got the measures of achievement and the major strategies, which are district-wide targets. What we are going to do is we have college-specific and DAC, the District Administrative Council Divisions, metrics and strategies that are aligned with your goals and these measures of achievement. And the colleges have had the integrated program review process for a long time, where they have the program review, they recommend the resources that are needed, and it's integrated into the budget review and the budget allocation process. We at the district are doing the same thing. We're transitioning to doing program review, looking at our operations and our effectiveness of the operations and how it impacts the colleges and what we need to do better, and then what resources we need to build into an allocation model. All of this information, we then have an institutional effectiveness outcomes, both college and district specific, which then feed back to your Board of Trustees strategic planning sessions or your regular reports whenever you want. So what we want to do is we want to utilize the participatory governance processes that are district and college specific. We want to integrate the program review and centralize support wherever we can for efficiency and effectiveness. We want to utilize our Tableau dashboard and all of our other qualitative surveying that are district-wide and college-specific. And we want to report back to you on a regular scheduled basis, depending on how you say it and what you want to do. The recommended next steps that I have are to continue to enhance our Tableau visualizations, make them more user-friendly, and add more data. Develop a data-informed district-wide strategic enrollment management plan. We have never at the district had a district-wide enrollment management plan. We really need to do that. And we need to take what you're going to hear after this presentation around fiscal projections and what type of targets we're going to need to be sustainable in the future. And that enrollment management plan will address these various areas that impact our enrollment and our success. And then we're going to want to continue to monitor progress on the measures of achievement and the metrics. And we're going to want constant feedback from our committees on how we can improve. And then what I want to do is I want to develop a reporting format and a structure based on what you tell me you need or what I recommend to you, if you're open to that, on regularly scheduled reports to the Board of Trustees. And I would recommend this probably every 6 months, because the data won't really shift that much until after the semester occurs. So you tell me how often you want data reports, or if you just want updates on activities, I can do that also, however you decide you want to do that. So that was a lot in a short period of time. And I'm open to meeting with anyone at any time to better understand the need and better develop a systems approach to moving forward.
Thank you so much. I think that probably, I mean, Trustee Torres has a question, but I know that I watch people go through the how to use a dashboard, and I think I'll remember, and then I go to do it myself and it's like, oh, I need help. So I probably will. Trustee Torres and then Chancellor.
I just wanted to really thank you for the presentation and really the intentionality of doing the work. And it's really helpful just to see the tableau, just the vision of moving forward and obtaining data and making decisions both from a qualitative and a quantitative perspective. And that's really helpful to me. I really appreciate the communication, the arrows of integrated communication, what the system looks like to have a better understanding of the different committees, district council committees, how it comes back to the board. And what was really powerful, and thank you for sharing that, is that if we have questions as a board, we know which committee maybe to send it back to, so we get just additional information. So that was also very helpful. So I appreciated how you took the strategic aspect of what we've been saying and how to actually put it together into a plan moving forward. And I appreciated so much the last one that you showed zip codes and what are the degrees are our students obtaining, because as we're looking towards equity, that's really helpful in saying, okay, why are students in this particular zip code only getting these type of certificates maybe, and we're not seeing much of college, or vice versa. So you've been doing a lot of hard work, and I just wanted to really say it's really appreciated, it's really valued, and it's really taking on from the policy level and taking it to the college level to get that information as we're making decisions. And as I was listening to your presentation, I was thinking, oh, this is great. This is great. This is exactly what I was asking or what I was envisioning. So that was really helpful to see. So I just wanted to really just make that comment. And then I wanted to ask, you offered the invitation to speak with you if we had additional questions. Am I able to do that, or do I ask the chancellor? Because I want to make sure I'm following protocol, but I would love to be able to accept that invitation and to understand and speak more about this. It could be through our policy meetings, because you also attend our setting, but I want to follow protocol. To avoid any misinterpretations of what's happened in the past, because things are always done with good heart and good intention, and then it gets taken into a different direction. So I am interested. I just want to follow the right protocol, so it's not misinterpreted that I'm telling the vice chancellor what to do.
We hear that you'd like to meet with Cynthia, so Laura we'll work with Cynthia and we'll get that set up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Then maybe I could just tag along and then we'll get two done at once.
Sure, good idea. And the other thing I was going to add was, again, to thank Cynthia for the presentation and the hard work there. And in the past, the way we kind of handled the reporting of our student success and improvement data to the board was we'd have annually our 3 colleges, institutional researchers or deans give a metrics report to the board. And we're actually changing that now to where you'll have regular time, we all will have regular time update on the data. And then we'll have probably Cynthia as part of the state of the district report that the chancellor gives at the end of the year, give an update on our trends and numbers like I kind of did last June, because these numbers don't change fast. I mean, we need a whole year to kind of know how we did that year. But any of these metrics where the board wants to have more regular update, we can plan and incorporate those in. So I can work with Diane on the board if you want something special on 705 before the end of the year, we can arrange that. But I think we're on a really good track and having a much more timely access to quantitative data than we've had in the district before. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Mantooth and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes, like Trustee Torres, Dr. Herrera, I'd like to applaud you for your leadership in this area. And from what we've seen just today briefly, I can't believe you pulled so much together without a researcher at the district office. So look for much more in that regard. I wonder if you could throw the slide back up about recommended next steps. So I just wanted to make a comment about that.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
And I will say that overall, all of the components that you've listed there are excellent. But what it boils down to for me is once you capture the interest of a potential student or a student, the word onboarding is critical. To make the onboarding process as simple and less cumbersome as possible. And we're not there yet by a long shot from what input I'm getting from other folks. And then once that is done, retention and persistence is the other huge component. and everything else on that list pretty much follows from that. So if I had to look at a great list and pick out 2 or 3 things, those are the ones that I would certainly want to see emphasized. And thank you again.
Very good point. Thank you. Very good point.
Trustee Rodriguez?
I also just want to applaud the work that you've done, Dr. Herrera. I think, you know, your entire presentation and also the strategic plan, it's really well put together. And I just wanted also to emphasize the participatory governance nature. I think that that's really strong. But you did miss the student 9+1 on your chart. So I just kind of wanted to comment on that. And I just want to applaud the work that you're doing to really bring everybody together and to just highlight and make this more transparent. I think, you know, that really goes to the communication and the accountability portion that you spoke about in the beginning. And also, I found it hard to believe that the district has never had a strategic enrollment management plan. And so I'm glad that's getting, the ball is starting to get rolling on that. And I look forward to see what comes out of that.
Thank you for those comments, and please accept my apology. You are absolutely right. It was left out. I apologize.
Trustee Mantooth, your hand is up. Do you still have a question, or did you just not take it down?
No, just neglected to remove it.
Okay, I'll just take it as a wave then. Okay, it was suggested that we, because it is absolutely time critical that we get to the chancellor's search items, that we move on to that and then come back to the budget. I'm sorry, Dr. Al-Fattal, we've been able to read your stuff, but we've really got to get these search committee nailed down so that Narcissa can continue her great work. I want to just state that, like Gabby, listening to these listening sessions have been so incredibly informative. I've listened to them in my car, driving, in my office, while also participating in another Zoom, which everyone got to hear because I didn't mute myself properly, but it has been extraordinarily helpful. And I think that we're going to end up with a really good picture of what we're looking for from that. But
Chair,
Yeah.
excuse me just a sec, but it'd be helpful if the board could take action to approve the strategic plan. It was listed for action, and
I'm
that'll
sorry.
help us. That's okay.
Okay, so if I could have a motion to accept the strategic plan as presented, that would be wonderful.
So moved. This is
Is there a-
Bernardo.
Is there a second? A second from Trustee Mantooth. So moved by Trustee Perez, seconded by Vice Chair Mantooth. Is there any discussion other than we're all pretty thrilled with where we are? Okay, student trustee, any other than your advice on including the students in this, anything further?
No, I'll vote aye.
Okay, so let's do the hand thing. I think that moves us along a little quicker. Motion carries. Gabby, you gonna get your hand up there, or just raise your hand? There we go. Okay, motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that catch, Dr. Gillespie. And with that, we can go back in our books to the section for the search committee. I just had it and I flipped back, so. Wow,
Page 145.
thank you. It's got a tab on it. I wouldn't think it's that hard. Okay, so we have a search committee here. There was one addition that was not added for consideration from the board, which was Vanessa Bechtel. She is the executive director of the Ventura County Community Foundation. She was, I don't know of anybody more involved in the census and complete count. So I think she has a really in-depth understanding of all of the cultures. I worked with her somewhat on that. The cultures, the languages, all the the areas that were hard to get to trust and all of those things. So I really think Vanessa has a good grasp of the community, the full county. And so I would like to add Vanessa's as a community member if the board so agrees. And
I will also, I'll also add that Peter Zierhut has confirmed. I talked with him and he will participate. And also our student trustee, Brian, will be the student representative. He got back to me. So you can write Brian down as well.
Brian with a Y.
Chair,
Yes.
I made a recommendation, but I don't see that person listed. And then I also have a feedback on the other list that's provided. Or the
Okay,
other.
so why don't you give the name that was missed?
I recommended Wes Davis.
And then I also have my recommendation.
Okay, Trustee Torres.
And my recommendation is for Rick Castañero. And the reason I'm recommending him is I felt it was important to also have somebody that's very in touch with the community. Rick is an educator, but also at the county level, working in so many different issues. It's also very well known with some of the members that are actually going to be already in our committee. So I thought it would just allow us to have the diversity from having somebody who is involved in the community to also be part of our search committee, because they work very closely with our chancellor. And I think it's important for them to just be able to be there. It's helpful. So that's my nomination also to be in this search committee.
Okay. Just looking at something real quick. Oh, no. Okay. All right, I was actually surprised, Gabby, that I hadn't seen that name come from you. And Josh, could you tell us something about?
Yeah, let me lower my hand too. So Mr. Davis, he currently works for, he was a former school teacher, but at a secondary level, at the high school level, and he currently works for California Teachers Association, which doesn't impact our two labor groups. But I thought it would be good in consideration of the numerous reports we've had with, labor relations to have somebody that has that perspective that is outside of our own organization. Because I know we have SEIU and an AFT, but considering the numerous reports we've gotten on data in a growth area opportunity there, I thought that would be a good match. He's also worked throughout the county and state on national levels as well. And I made that recommendation on January 11th. And then I can also go into a recommendation on well, I'll wait when we get to the other portion of the committee members. Or whenever you feel it's ready.
Whatever input you have, you might as well, you've got the floor, so.
In regards to DAC director, I'd prefer to have another rep from the college. So maybe a second president or, somebody that is in an unrepresented group at one of our 3 colleges.
We had said we were going to have someone from the DAC as part of the committee makeup.
Okay, I just saw that we have a vice chancellor, Ms. Barroso, so I saw that as well. That's just my recommendation.
Chair Stan's hand is up.
I'm sorry, Trustee Mantu.
Yeah, as we're moving forward, I worry a little bit about our mission creep here. We wanted to specifically limit the number of folks so that we could have a more concentrated process. And so I'm already seeing, we had agreed that there would be 5 additional members. Each trustee would be able to recommend one. We now have 6 of those. And then we're contemplating yet another person in the other block. And I would really advise the board not to expand this, because I think we've got enough to get our job done.
Okay, I don't know the 6. We have Cesar, Peter Zierhut, Vanessa Bechtel, Wes Davis, and Rick Castanero. Did I miss one?
That's true. I miscounted. That is our 5.
Okay.
Yeah, and additional comment would be, at first when Trustee Chancellor mentioned Mr. Davis, I said, well, that's a duplication of AFT because I've worked with Wes for a long time, but he is in a different role now. I happen to know that he has great perspective and has statewide perspective, and I think that is a good recommendation that Trustee Chancellor has made. Just to kind of explain that, if anybody were to wonder whether or not we're overly union oriented on this, I don't think so.
I think the depth of experience is the critical piece. Either the experience within the community, the experience within the position, probably, you know, been on similar committees, that type of thing is what's important there. So does anyone else have any comments on the list?
Just so for everyone's information, I was the one that brought the name of Peter Zierhut forward.
We actually both did. So
Pardon?
I said we both did, so we had to then punt and go a different direction. So
I think that's where I got confused, because I remembered you, Chair McKay, recommending Peter. I didn't remember the connection with Trustee Perez, so I thought you were recommending 2 different people.
yeah, that I can understand that confusion because that's what happened. Trustee Rodriguez.
I just had a quick question, and I apologize for not asking it beforehand to the Chancellor, to Patty, but do I vote on this or should I abstain since I'm on the list?
I think that you can vote on this.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Torres.
I just had a question regarding Mr. Haas. I don't know him personally, but I know he's
Mr. Zierhut, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Gene Haas. It's Peter Zierhut who is kind of our connection to the Gene Haas Foundation.
Okay. So okay, then I don't know the gentleman, but what I wanted to say was I know that Haas moved to Nevada. And so a lot of the jobs are now in Nevada, and they've built partnerships with the K-12 and the community colleges in Nevada. And so they've established themselves now in Nevada. And so I was just wondering, in terms of relation with Haas, if Haas is no longer, I know at one point they were very much working with us here in Ventura County.
They just opened, we did the ribbon cutting of the Gene Haas Foundation, CNC manufacturing at Ventura College. They are still very much active with manufacturing education with the college district.
Okay.
And Haas Automation still has a presence in Oxnard.
They do. I was just wondering because the majority, they have, it's almost like a city. So that they've done in Nevada, and they're really expanding. So they do have something here, but their primary investment in bringing in jobs, strong jobs really in work enforcement is in Nevada. It's no longer the presence that used to be here. So I was just wondering, I'm not against it. I was just wondering because I have seen
question. I just think that Peter's the one that was able to marshal those 14 CEOs that came to our board meeting about, you know, he's the one who did that. And so I think that he still has an extraordinary voice of what the workforce needs are, and therefore what a voice and an intelligent voice, and someone I really trust for this committee, at least from my perspective. Trustee Mantooth.
I was going to add that Mr. Zierhut has a great understanding of the business community, would be a great business in general representative by virtue of his service on the Workforce Development Board. So I think his ties to his employer are probably not as important as his ties to the business community. And that was one of the reasons why he's a good recommendation.
I would agree. Okay, and are there any other comments? I saw Narcissa pop in. Do you have any comments for us as we go through? I guess not. I guess we will just I'll need a motion and a second to approve this.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
On my list, so that one's updated. It's just because on the one that was printed, the AFT representative was Bay Herrera, and on the one that's being shown on the screen, it's Paula Munoz. So which one is it? Is it Paula now?
It's Paula. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then the student representative, and then just for clarification, again, student representative Brian, it's Brian Rodriguez. Then Vanessa Bechtel from Ventura County Community Foundation, Wes Davis, I just put CTA for lack of, and Rick Castanero. Do you know what I should put behind him? Just community advocate?
Community leader.
Okay. Well, Narcissa, I hope this is a group. It looks like a fabulous group to me, and within our smaller number, Trustee Mantooth. Your hand is up.
I just want to go ahead and make the motion for the slate as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Would everybody use their hands and please vote? Okay, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much. Narcissa, you have your search committee.
I have a board committee. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. If at some point you want me to give a quick update of all the forums that I held up to now, which is related to this, just let me know. I'm just listening quietly till you need me.
We, I think both Trustee Torres and Trustee Chancellor and I think we've all mentioned, we've had a chance to listen. I've listened to 3 or 4. There was one I couldn't listen to. It was great to listen in, just the information sometimes that I thought was just more germane to us than maybe the search, but I thought they were incredible. How you did the listening, the reframing, the redirecting was really, really masterful to watch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Chancellor.
I'm just thinking, I know we just passed the motion and approved it, but would it be appropriate to have 2 alternates just in case anybody on that list that we recommend cannot make it?
The way that I had, and perhaps when we spoke to the academic senate presidents, the college presidents, and the classified senate presidents, it was that they should have an alternate because if they can't make it. But maybe we should do it that we vote 2 alternates, because it kind of has to be like a jury. They have to go and hear everything, and then if their person falls out, they can participate, because if they participate in all the meetings, there's kind of no point. So I really think I don't know, Narcissa, can you jump in here?
Let me make a recommendation, if you please. I'm hoping to have the first meeting of the committee the first or second week of February. We're working on that date with you guys. At that meeting, I'm going to present a schedule to all of them and get commitment to follow the schedule. I believe I have sent you guys an original earlier version. I may not have, but I want at the first meeting to have dates for people. The first meeting is more of an orientation, etc. There's a good chance that we will continue doing this by Zoom, which makes it much easier for people. We don't know yet. So my suggestion is, would it be okay for you guys to wait till that first committee meeting takes place? Then I can come back to you and say, I think we specifically need alternates in these positions.
Absolutely. I think that's a good call. We're trusting you with so much. We can't trust you with that. We made a bad decision. And any other opinions or thoughts on that? Okay. What else?
I'm
Do you
sorry, okay, or
Yes.
Chairman McKay. Narcissa, do we just email you the emails of the search committee members or the ones we nominated, and then you'll communicate with them so they're aware of the time and day and, okay.
Yeah.
Just
work
get your
through-
information. Just if you could just get your information to Patty, then she'll send one email to Narcissa that has all
Yeah.
of the search committee members' contact
Yeah.
information.
Okay.
My
cool.
two
Phone and email.
my two contacts are Laura and Patty, and they're wonderful. So if you send it to them, that way they can check emails, addresses, all those things. So they've been wonderful. So a lot of the correspondence in terms of logistics, dates, time, Greg is correct. It's going to come through them. And that way we don't get confused, because they don't know who I am. And I don't have a Ventura email address. So I don't want them to think that it's somebody else that they can't trust that's emailing them. So until we get moving, let's send everything through Patty and Laura, if that's okay. Greg, what do you think?
Oh, yeah. And that's Laura Barroso, just to clarify.
Oh, yeah, you have a couple of Lauras in there.
Right.
Trustee,
I just had some questions or feedback in regards to the community forum. So I don't know if it's the right time, but I just wanted to put that on your radar.
since she had that's what Narcissa just asked for, so go for it.
I've gotten some feedback as a trustee in regards to constituents, but there's an eagerness from our K-12 partners, superintendents, and even trustees, specifically at the secondary level, to be included and to receive specific invitations. There's no surprise, as a community college district, a huge part of our enrollment and onboarding are graduating seniors from the high school level. So there's a big concern is not the right word, interest from those, that constituent group to be involved and to make sure that they can voice their qualities in leadership.
Right. And I think our feeder, the colleges we feed into an invitation to someone from CSUCI and out to CSUCI, CLU is also appropriate, maybe even CSUN, that if they want to be involved in that, in a listening or participation group. Ms. Brower, you have your hand up?
Yes, I wanted to confirm for the board and for Ms. Polonial that meeting, the next meeting is February 2nd, Wednesday, by agreement of the board at 5 p.m. And I had sent an email, but some of you may not have seen it yet, to decide whether it was going to be in person for the board members or if they wanted to do it by Zoom. So if we could decide that now.
That is, I said I was, I have self-tests. I think most of us do. I was happy to do it either way. This is, one of the most important decisions that we make. So if we could, that's when we're going to consider the profile that goes out and describes the person that we're looking for. So how does everyone feel about meeting in person, kind of like we did at the beginning of January, say, with some safe distancing, but in person versus like this? Trustee Torres.
May I ask what time on February 2nd? Sorry.
5 p.m.
Thank you.
Trustee Torres.
I just raised my hand to say I was in support of meeting in person. I didn't have a comment.
Okay. Trustee Matthews.
Yes, I support that. And I think the question needed to be asked anyway, since we had made a decision to go all electronic through the 31st of January and needed to determine how we're going to move forward anyway.
Right.
I think it's
So,
good.
Trustee Perez?
That makes complete sense, what Trustee Mantooth just said.
Trustee Rodriguez, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am. I think as long as we continue that socially distanced setting, I think that would be best.
Okay, and Dr. Gillespie?
Yeah, that's fine. And we can set it up how we had it for the other meeting earlier in January.
Thank you. I appreciate the extra effort on behalf of staff, but this is one where we don't want to miss a subtlety. We don't want to miss, we don't expect you to come out narcissistic that we know you're going to be on the screen, but for us, I think, given the gravity and largeness of this decision, if we could be in person, that would be great. And obviously, if something changes significantly, we will deal with that as it comes. And if anybody feels uncomfortable that they might be ill or getting ill, I'm going to assume they'll Zoom in as well. Trustee Chancellor.
Oh, that was going to be my, just because unfortunately being back in the classroom, well, not unfortunately, but I'm exposed a lot. So I was just going to say to have that option in the background that the day of, if for some reason we can't be there, that we could Zoom in, that'd be great. That sounds like
absolutely. I wouldn't want anyone to miss. So I'd much prefer if someone has to Zoom in, or even if we had to change it entirely, we need to get this done and stick with the date and the time and have full participation of the board. So whatever it's going to take to do that, I think we're all committed to it. Mm-hmm. Crawling over to my computer if I have to.
I'm happy with in person because we've been doing so this time, and I've really appreciated there's value in it. So I look forward to our meetings in person. Whoever isn't able to make it because of different reasons, having that option to just join us through Zoom is always there. So, and thank you, Greg. I wanted to thank you for you and your staff being so willing and setting up everything so nicely. I know it's additional little bit work, but it's so much appreciated. I wanted to make sure that I let you know of all the safety protocols to allow us to meet in person because there's value. And so it is appreciated and it is noted. And I wanted to just thank you to your staff being there to allow us to have those meetings in person.
Okay, Trustee Rodriguez.
I just briefly wanted to point out, because of the Brown Act, I'm not sure if a trustee might be able to Zoom in because of the Brown Act and having to I don't know, Brown Act concerned. I just want to bring that up, but I'll talk to the Chancellor about it and to the Chair as well.
Yeah, I think we will, we'll get those things covered as needed. I think as long as we've taken a vote that we are going to allow that flexibility, but we will check and make sure we're not going to overstep with Pilar from Liebert Cassidy and leave it up to our legal counsel and make sure. And my true hope is that everybody's okay and everyone can make it. We'll be socially distanced and no one will feel the sniffles that day. Trustee Chancellor.
I just want to circle back now that we have a date, which is February 2nd. That doesn't leave much time to advertise, invite, and facilitate our education partners in a forum. So I mean, if Narcissa can say it can be done and the invite can go out, because I know that, they have board meetings themselves and such, so.
Mm-hmm. Well, if we can schedule something by Zoom, I'll talk to Patty and Laura and see if we can schedule something either the 25th, 26th, 27th. Okay, so we got a couple of days. And it's only an hour. We'll schedule whenever it works and do our best. So it's not undoable. Let's put it that way.
And if they also got the invite for the one on the 24th, then if they couldn't make that one, they could participate in the community one, gives them two opportunities, and hopefully that will get it done.
Exactly. So I'm sure Patty and Laura are listening. Sorry for using first name, but they're wonderful to work with, and we'll get it done. Promise.
Thank you. And then just confirming, has the Santa Clara River Valley group also been invited?
We had some members participate in the Ventura College that were able to voice out their opinion. So I think the information has been spread out throughout, and we did see in the listening session that there were some members present, but there could be more intentionality if there is someone specific that you want there.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, also the Ventura County, but Ventura College Foundation sent out a pretty extensive email.
Yeah.
Trustee
Yeah,
Mann.
I spoke to all the presidents and encouraged them to send out lists to their communities also and invite, and I received copies from them of the correspondence that they sent out. So everybody's trying to make sure people know about the forums.
Trustee Mantooth?
Yes, I just, if it's helpful to Patty and Laura, Kathy Samuel at the Ventura County Office of Education has the email lists of all the board members and superintendents, which they can access. So that can be done very, very quickly.
Yes. And I would agree. She's most helpful. I've known her since high school. So, okay. Is there anything further on the chancellor search that we needed today? Okay.
Chair, I just got to make a comment about the forums.
Please, go ahead.
Secondary, if not equal benefit to those forums is learning so much about the colleges, the people that are there, and what they feel is important. As trustees, I think it's been an invaluable experience aside from the search for a new chancellor.
Oh, without a doubt.
That Narcissa conducted those, I think, really, really facilitated, pun intended, that process.
Yeah, as I listened, I kind of thought, well, we ought to maybe do these once a year, just, have someone we can listen in, but, it's similar to a town hall, but they're talking to somebody else, not to one of us.
And I was thinking, Diane, we can add those for the board evaluation. Something similar as they're speaking directly to us, that would be really helpful. So very helpful. So just wanted to add that. But I agree with everything that's been mentioned, that were so helpful and so insightful as a trustee. Thank you, Narcissa, for doing such a beautiful job with all four of them, because they were all different and they all four had just different perspectives and questions. And it was just really beautiful to see how you were able to just really validate their concerns and then just facilitate it so beautifully. And you did it within the hour, which was really nice. So I love seeing that. I was like taking notes.
Yeah, there were a couple I thought she's never going to get this done in an hour, and you did.
Well,
Yeah,
human nature is such that if you give people an hour, they get it done. If you give them 4 hours, they'll use 4 hours. Sorry, trustee.
I also just wanted to commend your work, Narcissa. I had the opportunity to go to the 3 college forums, and you just did a really incredible job, encouraging people to speak, and respecting their, opinions, but also letting them know the facts and just being able to provide that, your knowledge and expertise. Incredible job.
Okay, next time I want my kids, my family, everybody to give me gifts. I'm going to tape you guys so you can tell them how good I am. And they can treat me right. Okay, you guys are wonderful. Thank you. It's to your credit that you have a wonderful district with people they're trusting the process. So it's a reflection on the board that people are willing to come and openly express their opinion. You should be very proud of that.
Thank you. Okay, on behalf of the board, we thank you so much. Dr. Gillespie, would you like to do your reorg analysis, or should we go back to the budget?
I think it'd be good if we can get the budget done today, because that's going to be a topic we'll be dealing with a lot here as we move through the budget development process. So we can hold off on the organizational discussion till the February meeting. That's
okay.
fine.
Chair,
Yes.
would it be possible to take a 2-minute break, or I just need to excuse myself for about 2 minutes?
Yeah, I think it's probably good for us all to take a couple of minute break.
Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder. Okay, looks like we have everyone but the Chancellor and Bernardo. Thank you for your patience, Dr. El Patel.
Okay, thank you. So for just a little perspective for this budget, I'm going to give you my historical perspective. My first budget I presented in education was in September of '03. So there've been a lot of presentations since then. In one of those presentations, I was able to say this is an excellent budget and it's the best budget in the last 35 to 40 years. That's based on what others. I'm sorry. Well, I don't remember the year. I'd have to look it up, but I did say that because it really was a fantastic budget that year. On more than one occasion, I had to talk about fiscal challenges and budgets and so on. And during those times, for those couple of few years, I was making about 30 budget presentations a year for one district because that was a requirement just to make sure that everybody was informed on what was happening and so on. This particular budget presentation is page-wise the briefest on a budget proposal from the governor, and the phrase that I would use, it's not the best, it's a good budget, but it's a straightforward budget. There's not a lot really in there to talk about from my perspective, and so I just wanted to kind of share that perspective. So James Zavas, our budget officer, and I are going to go through both presentations, but he'll probably end up doing most of the talking, but that's a bit of an overview, and I'm going to advance you to the next page, or somebody will advance to the next page, and let me just give you a few details. So we're seeing stronger growth in revenues than was expected based on the economy and everything else. The governor's budget projects a $45.7 billion surplus. And also it increases the overall state budget by 9%. Now that 9% advances it to $286 billion. That's a number you have probably seen in articles and in the news. General fund spending at the state level is going to increase by $3 billion. So that is a number $213 billion. And that information is in the joint analysis that was provided as one of the attachments here. And it's working on building an equitable recovery, which we won't get into those details at the state level, right, for wildfires and other issues coming out of the pandemic, hopefully coming out of the pandemic. And then there's money that goes into reserves at the state level in Prop 98 to protect against the next economic downturn, which, you know, they always come sooner or later. The last two bullets on this page are separated from the others. The governor made his statement of he anticipates significant changes in the May revise. We don't know what those changes are going to be. That's not typically what happens, at least for the last several years, 7-8 years. The January proposal has been pretty close to, or the May revise has been pretty close to what the January proposal was. So we'll see how that plays out, and in part perhaps because the Omicron surge was not factored into the forecast. So that's just the setting. It's a straightforward budget. We're going to talk about one or two things in this budget that are important for us that will also move into the next presentation that we do. But I'll pass it on to James Zavas.
All right. So as far as with community colleges, you know, they're adding about $1.8 billion in new funding for the system. The majority of this new funding is in one-time investments, and that really reflects the fact that the state budget, you know, yes, it's seeing larger revenues than we've anticipated, but a lot of that is coming in, you know, a strong stock market, capital gains tax income coming in, and that's not really a stable funding source for the state. Sometimes you have great years and sometimes you have a lot, you know, worse years. So they really are working on trying to focus their investments on one-time things so that they don't overcommit and we don't have to see cuts when the economy starts to make a downturn. So you can see here, $841.5 million is in ongoing money, and 982.8 is in one-time money. All right, next slide. All right, so this is just a breakdown of the primary areas where the ongoing spending is coming in. The vast majority of it is coming in the form of a 5.33% COLA. That represents $460.5 million. There's also the next biggest section is for part-time faculty health insurance. This is a reimbursement program for districts that participate and offer health insurance to their part-time faculty. They then submit the cost for reimbursement, and currently the program is severely underfunded. So they then get a percentage of whatever they actually spent reimbursed from the state. The idea with this is to encourage more districts to actually offer it by funding the program. So this is something we already participate in. This won't, it will help us in the sense that we will likely see a larger percentage of our dollars reimbursed, but it's not something we're not already participating in. There's also money for students in the student success completion grants. That's money that will come to the districts to pass out to students. $25 million ongoing to modernize technology with probably a focus on information security. This is something that we don't really know a lot about. There's not a lot of information on exactly what this money will be for yet, but a lot of the conversation has been around, districts that have been caught up in ransomware attacks, attempted financial aid fraud, things along those lines. So really trying to shore up the statewide infrastructure around, our information security and our IT. The $24.9 million, that is for enrollment growth. So that is something that they typically will always put in the budget. That's a 0.5% of growth. Right now, I don't know of any district that is growing, but it's good because it is money that's in the formula. And then there's a number of other very small programs, most of them less than $10 million statewide, but that are making up the remaining $31.1 million. All right, next. As far as one-time money, again, last year we saw a very, very large investment in deferred maintenance. Again, this year we're seeing it, the same sort of an investment of $387.6 million. This is really trying to address the system-wide need to upgrade our facilities and do all that maintenance that has been out there. I believe the Chancellor's office has identified well over $1 billion in need. Last year, the state gave us $500 million, and this year we're looking at another 387. So this is definitely making good headway on that. The other really big one is in retention and enrollment strategies. This is something the state gave us $100 million one time last year, or well, I guess it would be the current fiscal year, but in the last budget. This year, they're looking to add even more with another $150 million in one-time money to help districts with their retention and enrollment and outreach efforts. Like I said, I don't know of any district that's growing. Every district has been heavily impacted with the pandemic. So the state is putting some money out there to try and help us recover those FTES. So the other couple are some restricted funds in the adult ed healthcare pathways. Some of that money will come to us. Some actually comes to us and then gets passed through to the K-12 districts. But that's another restricted program. The common course numbering, this is an effort statewide to try and get all of the course numbers within the community college system to align. So, Math 1 is Math 1 here and Math 101 somewhere else or something along those lines. It's trying to do the work, to invest some funds to do the work to get all of those course numbers in alignment so it's easier for students to identify which courses they need to be taking. There's also $75 million in one-time money for the technology piece. It's in the same thread as the ongoing money. It's just the one-time piece. So this is, I think, to do some initial assessments and things along those lines. We'll see what that, again, there's not much information out there with that one. So a lot of this, the governor proposes it and the details come much later. So we will see what comes with that. And then also that there's just a number of very small, primarily all restricted types of programs that make up that other, which is the $135.2 million. So that is really the majority of the stuff in the budget. Want to go to the next slide? The other piece that's probably one of the more important pieces for us, and we'll see this in the other presentation, is changes to the student-centered funding formula, the hold harmless provision that's in that formula. So when the student-centered funding formula was first implemented in the 18-19 fiscal year, they had a hold harmless provision in there, and that is currently set to expire after the 24-25 fiscal year. So the current hold harmless has taken a district 17-18 total computational revenue and has said that you will get at least that plus any subsequent COLAs. So every year the COLA has been compounding since the inception of the SCFF. And then all districts receive funding as calculated by the student-centered funding formula. And then, so yeah, after fiscal year 24-25, all districts will receive funding based on whatever their student-centered funding formula calculation is. And this is the fiscal cliff that everyone's been talking about. At that point, anybody who is in a hold harmless situation would automatically have a likely significant reduction in revenues. So in order to address that, the governor's budget proposes permanently extending the hold harmless in a modified form. So the proposal as it is right now essentially eliminates that anticipated fiscal cliff. And what would happen is a district's 24-25 funding would represent a new floor. But that floor would no longer receive a COLA. So essentially, and we'll see this when we look at the charts later, your funding in fiscal year 24-25 will be the funding you get unless your SCFF calculated revenue is higher. And that will not go up. So that is a welcome change, but it does create its own problems.
And we'll get into that in great detail or greater detail in the next presentation, if you don't mind holding your questions about that topic.
And like I said, the details on the implementation of this are still being evaluated through the legislative process. All of this is still fairly early, but this is where we're at right now. If you want to go one more. All right, and this is our last real slide on this. Pension liabilities, which are a regular conversation. The governor's budget does propose $3.5 billion towards state pension liabilities. This payment would really only reduce the state level pension liabilities and would not provide any relief for our district level contributions. So in the past, the governor has provided money that's gone to the STRS and PERS, and it's bought down our rates. So our rates have been lower than we were anticipating over the last couple of fiscal years. In this instance, this payment is not going to be buying down any rates. So our STRS rate right now is anticipated to increase from a 16.92% to 19.1% of payroll. And PERS rates are anticipated to go up from 22.91 to 26.1. And this is something that the league is aware of and is raising as an issue as part of their budget advocacy. So.
And if I may, so it is a good budget. We do have ongoing money coming. We have one-time money coming in this January proposal, which will change one way or the other in May. But the hold harmless is a really serious component that we need to think about and talk about and et cetera. And then on the ongoing money, the bulk of it is in COLA. So, James, on one of the slides, there are some programs in there, but the bulk of it is in a form of a COLA. So that's great. But there also are implications and ramifications from that we'll end up talking about in this next presentation. But you may have questions on the governor's state budget.
Does anybody have questions on the governor's state budget, or can we keep going?
I just have a really quick question, and I think it's pretty simple. How do they determine an estimate of how much is going to increase, like the STRS and the PERS? Like they projected it's currently at 16.92, and they projected it'll increase to 19.10. And then 22.91 for PERS to 26.10. Is that just based on COLA?
They've legislated it.
That it happened about I want to say 5 years ago that they legislated dumping, that because it was behind, that the districts would have to pay more. And so they helped us out the last couple of years and the state paid more instead of us. But this has been an escalation that we saw come through legislation about 5 years ago, I think.
And it's based on actuarial studies that are done at CalPERS and for PERS and STIRS. And so they look at actuarial studies and decide what they need to do, just like Social Security. How do they need to keep the fund going in order to provide the benefits to folks? So those are set in stone, the ones that we've listed, and they were set that way for a while.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It was not as celebratory when that happened. Trustee
Trust-
Chancellor.
Two things. One, I have to leave at 2:30. But I can watch it later, the second part of the presentation. But I guess with the increase on the CalSTRS and PERS, does the district have a recommendation to utilize our designated reserves that we've set aside for this increase? So we have those two line items for CalSTRS PERS. And since there seems to now be a ceiling of when it will eventually max out, if we don't utilize that, what happens to that line item designated reserve?
So there's a recommendation. It hasn't been about that particular one. There's $1 million designated for STIRS, I believe. I might have said per STIRS. We might have changed that, but it's not a recommendation for that at this time. That's not to say that would not change, but there is a recommendation regarding irrevocable trust and how that would relate to some of this, retiree benefits and so on. What the $1 million that's designated, sooner or later it's going to be spent as that moves forward. But it's not. It has not been discussed this year at this moment. It may come up in the next little while. The board can change the designation as far as that goes.
We had actually had hoped to build on it, so that when it got rough, we had the funds set aside. But with the state jumping in the past couple of years and not. And kind of not paying our extra share for us, we haven't had to do that.
I guess my question is, if the assumption is the largest increase is going to happen in the next year or two, will it potentially get any rougher than that? And do we have a trigger to say, well, this is the opportunity since we've designated it to use it now or the following year? Or are we just going to keep it in there even though there will be a new ceiling on the CalSTRS PERS increase and just leave it in there indefinitely? And
So
is that use?
Yeah. I don't know that it'll be indefinitely. As I've said to this board more than once, $1 million was nothing. Probably should have been 10 or 15 million at the time that other districts were doing. So, and I think Trustee McKay just said, they had wanted to, or this district had wanted to put more, but that's how it was. I think also those rates, certainly on the PERS side, they're looking at it annually, I believe, if I remember correctly. So that might change next year. It doesn't mean it's never going to change again. So I don't have an opinion one way or the other, whether that stays there or for how long it stays there, whether it goes up, down. But certainly it's designated by the board and that could be changed by the board. And there may be a recommendation. There certainly are times that I would recommend it to spend it or put it into some other designated contingency and so on. But
is it a fair assumption to make for the trustees at the trustee level to say, if we don't utilize that for CalSTRS, or PERS increase, that increase that is going to come from the general fund?
That's what would happen. Yes, correct.
So I guess I hear you in the sense that it could have been larger, but I would just emphasize that that's $1 million of general fund dollars that could be used for student opportunity, rather than have it sit in a reserve for an increase, which it is increasing, and then it's going to cap potentially unless there's other legislation. If there's a purpose behind it and we're not utilizing it for the CalSTRS PERS increase, then what's the purpose? That's my question. And it doesn't need to be answered. It's more.
I think it's a worthy discussion. Like I said, we had hoped for it to grow. So when it was really high and we got, the cycles of economics, we would expected a recession, and we thought if we'd saved more when it got high is when we would need it most. But it's a worthy discussion because nothing has turned out the way we thought it would.
Okay. So shall I proceed to
Yes, please.
the, okay, so future revenue scenarios. This is something that has been discussed so far with the finance folks at the campuses and the district office. It's also was discussed a few days ago at the DCAS. And we will discuss it at enrollment management at their next meeting. It just wasn't ready for that process. So let me just go over a little bit of the scenario. So the district is in I mean, we're in strong financial situation. I would rather be saying that than to be saying we've got to, make all kinds of, we have all kinds of fiscal challenges and need to do things about that. So we're strong. Regarding reserves, by the way, I'll mention, and the board has seen this before, our reserves, whatever the number is about right smack dab in the middle of all the multi-college districts. So there's 12 districts, I think, above us in the level of reserves they have, and 11 underneath us, where we just happen to be right smack dab in the middle. And you've seen that chart before. So what we're doing here, we just want to review potential revenue scenarios with all of the enrollment declines we have had, so that we can make data-informed decisions about where do we go from here, and what do we need to do to get there, right? And that will tie across the system, not just in an enrollment management committee, although that's an important element to have those discussions and to really determine what are solutions and how can we be innovative and so on, and what happens if we don't increase enrollment and where do we go. So that's the purpose of this presentation. It's not to make a decision. We're just starting this process talking about it. We will end up budgeting something in the budget when we bring it forward. The assumptions that we're going to use, we're going to bring forward to the board. And so we are going to budget something on revenue. And so this is sort of a basis for that conversation as we're going through participatory governance committees. We're not talking about expenditures here. So this is not a multi-year projection of district finance. It's only talking about potential revenues based on hold harmless, based on fiscal cliff, based on extended modified form of hold harmless, et cetera. And if I may just ask you to go to the next page, let me just briefly mention funding definitions. It's all very confusing and complicated and complex, depending on what word you'd like to use. But total computational revenue is how we receive our funding, TCR. You've heard us talk about that, in multiple occasions. The issue is down at the bottom of this page, there's 3 types of TCR. I'll get to that in a second. Depends on our enrollment compared to last year, depends on hold harmless, et cetera. There's a deficit factor. So what happens is at the state level, when the budgets come out and COLA is included, sometimes the system doesn't have enough money to pay for all of it because something happens mid-year or what have you. And so then they apply a deficit factor, which means they remove money from us. The thing is, the folks in Sacramento don't talk about the deficit factor. What they like to say is we're giving a 5% COLA, but then so that's the public information, but then they don't say, but we're taking 1% back when you look on the other side of the form, right? The funding form. So we do have deficit factors, not every year, but we have them regularly enough that, we need to know about that and talk about it sometimes. COLA, I won't dive into that. It's a cost of living increase. It's statutorily calculated. P1 is important. It's our first principal apportionment, and we provide data to the state. The state certifies that data 3 times per year. P1, they certify in February. P2 is in June. Advance is in July. Sometimes there's other certifications that happen, but these are the 3 standard ones. And so P1, we make certain decisions on as we're developing the budget. And then just on the bottom, the revenue possibilities. So SCFF calculated total computational revenue. In normal years, that's what we would be basing on how much money we're going to receive. Stability TCR, if we have declining enrollment, just like in K-12, we're guaranteed the same amount of allocation from the previous year, because if we're declining, we can't reduce expenses that quickly. So we get 1 year of stability. They call it something else in K-12. We had to fight as a group to keep that in the SCFF. When SCFF was being implemented, they wanted to eliminate that stability TCR. And then hold harmless, we'll talk about more, but that's the hold harmless that was established with the TCR. And James described it earlier that it was the 17-18 TCR plus COLA, any COLAs that happen in subsequent years. With that, I will leave the next slide to James. Oh, I want to make one other comment. I apologize. So there's 3 revenue possibilities, but in these slides for revenue scenarios you're going to see, there's 4 lines on the line charts. One of those lines is our line that takes a deficit factor into consideration so that we at least understand as we're thinking about budgeting what we might budget. So I just wanted to be clear about that. 3 of the lines represent these 3 revenue possibilities, which are the only revenue possibilities. And one of the lines represents us taking into consideration a 1% deficit factor, just for purposes of discussion as we go through the budget development process. James?
All right, so what we did in order to try and look at our revenues was I took everything we actually know as of right now, all the way up through P1. And then I built a model based on our funding calculations under the student-centered funding formula, where we could apply some sort of adjustment. So basically what we've done is calculated each estimated year's revenues out through the student-centered funding formula based on a series of assumptions over and out through fiscal year 25-26. So each year kind of has its own calculation and each set of assumptions builds on itself. These are just 5 different scenarios, so we can kind of see we really don't know which way things are going to go. It's just to kind of give us a good base of information. So the first scenario, I always like to look at, well, what if absolutely nothing changes? So what this is basically looking at our COLAs are in alignment with the LAO. So they put out a forecast every year in October. So that's where we're looking at. I use the COLAs that they use. Our fiscal year 22 FTES are based on our most recent estimates. And then no changes going out into the future years on our FTES. So after the current fiscal year, we just assume everything stays right where it's at. As far as supplemental metrics, those tend to follow enrollment. If our enrollment goes up, we'll see more of our supplemental metrics coming in. That's our lower income students. That's the Pell students, the BOG waivers, and the AB 540. So what I've done is I've mapped that with a 1-year lag on any enrollment changes that we have. So this year we're going to be down, when I did this, around 10%. So I've got a 10% decrease in the next fiscal year and then no changes in the future fiscal years. And the success metrics are very, very hard to anticipate if they'll go up or down. A lot of factors go into that. So a lot of times when we're doing revenue estimates, we just leave those as they are. We roll them forward with the 3-year averages. We just assume they're going to stay flat. They do only make up 10% of the overall funding in theory statewide. So that is something that it's not a huge percentage, but it's so hard to predict that anything I put in there would be likely wildly inaccurate. So it's best to just leave those right where they're at. And then what you'll see as we go through all these scenarios is most of these assumptions are basically the same. And then we just changed primarily our enrollment figures. So when you look at with this particular scenario, it really does a good job of illustrating that fiscal cliff if the hold harmless was to expire at the end of the 24-25 fiscal year. You can see how a district would go from being funded all the way up there above $190 million and then dropping off all the way down to around $175 million without the extension of that hold harmless. So the gray line, that's our hold harmless. That's the hold harmless under the student-centered funding formula. It is the 17-18 TCR plus COLA. So you can see how it's been steadily increasing based on COLA every single year. The orange line, that's the stability number. So that is, we're guaranteed at least the revenue we received in the previous fiscal year, or actually, no, hold on. we're guaranteed to get whatever our student-centered funding formula calculated TCR, which is that blue line, plus COLA. So whatever was a student-centered funding formula in the previous year, plus the current year COLA, will get at least that much money. So that is kind of a guarantee, and that allows for some smoothing out of any sort of enrollment declines. And then, like I said, the blue line, that is our calculated revenue as the formula exists. So that's taking into account all the different rates, all of the different metrics. Any questions on this? Because this is kind of what you'll see is these slides kind of repeat themselves with just some minor changes. So it might be a good time just to make sure everyone's.
There's been some recommendations made through the league that we should be budgeting closer to the blue line, I guess, our actual calculated computational revenue. And it doesn't seem like we are. Are we going to get closer to it this year? I mean, I know we're just talking about revenue today, but going forward, I know that's kind of what today is about what the trustees are looking for. And I just would, love to see what, if the fiscal cliff happens and they don't extend the hold harmless, what a plan might look like for us going forward.
Diane, did they, in those sessions, if I may ask, did they talk about stability and well, did they talk about stability also in addition to the blue line?
They do. They talk about the stability. They just kind of say plan for where you would actually be and start getting yourself there. And so I just would like to see what that looks like for us.
Yeah, I mean, James can talk about it now. We're going to talk about it in the presentation. So,
Okay.
So James, is that a good time now?
Yeah, so one of the things we're looking at is essentially that gray line, and this really goes with what you're talking about, Trustee McKay. That gray line, as it gets above our stability, at least our stability funding, becomes one-time funding. That gap above that each year becomes one-time funding because we can't rely on that. We can't make any ongoing commitments of any expenditures based on that money because it will set ourselves up to be in a situation that need to cut drastically. So one of the things we've been talking about, and we're still working through the process, is looking particularly at stability because we can calculate that, but we also want to look at also the idea of a deficit factor, because while deficit factors are different every year, they typically come in somewhere under 1% by the time recalculation hits. So that's really why you see that gold line. It's just an idea at this point. We're still working through the process. But we are looking at funding that because stability can be fairly readily calculated by the time we do our budget. So that it's a number that we can have a good idea at. We're in a situation where we're fortunate that we have been budgeting very conservatively. So as enrollment has dropped, when that enrollment hits, we're not going to be in a situation where that hold harmless is hurting us. We're making the change. We're looking at making the change in a year where that's something that we're actually going to be doing okay with. A lot of districts, if they've been budgeting up here and their blue line is down here, is much lower, that they might be in a much more difficult situation.
Okay, thank you.
And while I didn't state it, it's in one of the first slides. These lines are all based on the 3-year averaging of the SCFF, so they won't tie exactly to the current year FTES.
No, I got that.
Yeah. Okay. So this is if the hold harmless was not to be extended. That's you can really see that fiscal cliff. So if we want to go on to the next slide, this is what it looks like if the hold harmless was to be extended. So it's the same basic numbers. Everything looks about the same, but you can see that gray line in 24-25, instead of disappearing, it just goes flat. It basically will be, and that line is where we'll be every year going forward until our blue line gets above that gray line. Meaning that in any given year, so for example, in fiscal year 25-26, the assumptions have a 3% COLA in them. But our funding doesn't go up at all. So the current hold harmless, you can see how that funding has gone up every single year. Well, starting in fiscal year 24-25, that hold harmless will no longer go up. So if a district is below that fund, their calculated TCR is below that gray line, they won't receive any additional funding. They'll just receive what they received in that fiscal year.
Everybody in the world will hear there's a COLA, but if there is a COLA, but we won't receive it. Or districts in our similar situation, which is most of them or all of them would be in the same spot.
Yeah, and one of the things that will be interesting, is to keep an eye on deficit factors as we get in there, because as districts are in that hold harmless, how much is there going to be sufficient funding in order to fund that? Right now, based on the current enrollment declines across the state, from the people I've talked to and some of the stuff I've looked at, it looks like a large percentage of districts are going to be in this situation where those enrollment declines are going to lead to them being in that hold harmless situation. So anyways, this is just to kind of give us that same look. If nothing changed in our enrollment going forward, we stay right where we're at in each year after this year, what it would look like and where we would be.
I just have a comment, Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm starting to, so let me know if I'm understanding it correctly. I'm starting to see the relationship between the budget and the District Council of the Enrollment Management, because as we're wanting to raise the blue line to be aligned with the gray line, we need to make sure not only are we increasing enrollment, because enrollment is only one area of the SCFF, but we also want to make sure that we know the socioeconomic status of our students, because that's also a criteria. And if we're able to ensure that those students are also doing well, that they're getting their certificates, their degrees, then that's going to increase also our revenue. So the goal is to know where we are in terms of our budget, working alongside with enrollment strategically, understand the socioeconomic status of our students per college, per area, so we can strategically know where to put in our supports and our resources when we're looking at our budget allocation, because ultimately that's where the revenue will come. So we're able to continue providing supports and resources for our students. So if I'm understanding it correctly, I'm starting to see the alignment between the two committees coming together and working really into getting the revenue and support for our students. Is that, am I reading correctly?
If I may, very well stated, and I just will say these lines on these charts only represent FTES, and James mentioned earlier that, but the other metrics tend to follow FTES, right? Because it's based on number of students. Not exactly, but they do tend to follow. There's 30 other outcome metrics. We couldn't put them all on here, so we just kept it clean. But yes, you stated that very well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
So,
Dr. for sharing. I know this is dense information, but the fact that I'm able to follow and understand it, it's kudos to you, because this is, I mean, to the team, it's difficult, and so I'm following along. So thank you.
all right, so with this chart, this is just our first scenario. Like I said, this is nothing changes after the next year. So, okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, so scenario number 2, and these are in no particular order really. But scenario number 2, I wanted to look at, okay, Oxnard has a proposal that they're going to be moving forward with next year that should increase our FTES. They have some FTES projections in that proposal. So what I did is I went ahead and said, okay, nothing else changes except for we know that is something that we are doing. So let's go ahead and add that layer into these assumptions. So nothing else changes on this other than we've added the Oxnard proposals FTES in here. So that's just something, it's something we're doing to move the needle. So let's go ahead and add that in. So with that, you can go ahead and move on down to the next one. You can see that blue line, instead of kind of going flat after the 24-25 fiscal year, it's a little bit less of a slope, and you start seeing a little bit of an uptick. And that's really looking at some increased FTES, from that particular effort. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see this again, it's just with the extension of the hold harmless. Another thing that I'll point out on this slide, I meant to point it out on the first one, but it's the same. So what you can look at is if you look at our blue line, the orange line, and the gray line, what the district will get, it will receive in terms of apportionment funding in that year is the highest of the three. So it's just kind of a nice way to look at it. You can really see that, you know, this current fiscal year will likely, you know, last year we got funded out of stability, but just barely. This year will be funded out of stability, but by a little bit more. In 23, 24, or in 22, 23, so in next fiscal year, we can pretty much count on being in stability. And then 23, 24, we actually slip over into the hold harmless land. And then in 24, 25, you know, again, we stay in that hold harmless, and then 25, 26, you know, assuming the hold harmless is extended, we would stay there. So just a thing to keep in mind is really, if you look at the blue line, the gray line, and the orange line, whichever one is highest, that's where we're going to fall in the funding for those years. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Okay, so for the third scenario, well, what if we were able to grow our FTES by 2%? So this is, you can see the two bullets that are bolded. Everything else is the same as in the previous scenarios, except for these two. And they're really basically the same assumption. The first one is on our credit FTES growing by 2%. And then the other piece is that lag I talked about with our success metrics. So if our enrollment's going up by 2%, on a 1-year lag, I'm increasing our supplemental metrics by 2%. All right, if you want to go down to the next one. All right, so here you can see that as we get out a little bit further, now we're running an almost flat line with that blue line, right, with our calculated TCR. So the stability amount is actually a little bit higher, and it's a little bit flatter as it kind of goes out, you know, because it's based on that previous year's calculation. So if whatever we earned is better in that, you know, the blue line is better in the previous fiscal year, then the orange line in the current fiscal year will be a little bit better. And then you can see as that 2% growth gets in, as we get a few years out, that 3-year averaging starts to roll. So we start seeing the effect of that growth, right? There's advantages to 2-year averaging or the 3-year averaging in the sense when you're declining, you only feel about a third of the decline in each year. But as you grow, the other side of that is you only feel about a third of that growth every fiscal year. So yes, we're growing 2% every year, but we really start to feel that in fiscal year 24-25 because of that 3-year average. All right, if you want to go on to the next one. Again, this is really just looking at it if we were to extend that hold harmless, you know, to see kind of where that gap is. All right, next one. All right, so scenario number 4, this is the pessimist in me saying, well, what if it keeps getting worse? And we go down 2% a year over the next few years. And that decline just kind of keeps going. You know, and so if you want to take a look at that chart, so here you can see that it just keeps going down.
And by the way, I'm sorry if I may interrupt, James. So we show both of the without the extension of hold harmless and also with, because we don't know what's going to happen. Now, we chose in the presentations not to put that box showing fiscal cliff, but this has a fiscal cliff embedded in there, even though there's no line drawn there, right? So, so just to remind folks. Thanks, James.
Yeah, we didn't want to repeat that on every slide, but we wanted to make sure we pointed that out. So yeah, this is really, you can see that if our enrollment continues to decline, and if you want to go to the next slide, under the scenario where the hold harmless is extended, you know, as I look at this particular scenario, you're looking at about a $28 million gap between that blue line and the gray line. And remember, in any years going forward after this year, after the 24-25, until the blue line crosses the gray line, we will receive no increases in funding as the hold harmless is being proposed right now. So, you know, if our enrollment continues to decline, you know, we will likely be in a situation with fairly stagnant revenues for quite some time. So that's just something to keep in mind. You know, right now we're in a good spot, and we're in a good spot to start moving the needle. But this is kind of the more pessimistic scenario of everything continuing to go down. All right, so let's go on to the other way. All right, so this is, I have to end on something somewhat optimistic because I hate ending on the bummer. So this is what if we can grow back 5% a year? So I was really looking for a number that would be somewhat close to bringing us back to, at the end of all of these scenarios, at the end of 25, 26, if we got back to pretty close to where we were pre-pandemic. This is a little bit below where we were in terms of all of our FTES pre-pandemic, but it's pretty darn close to right where we were in 1920. So if you want to take a look at that, if you scroll down there, next slide. So here you can see if we grow 5% a year, that blue line actually gets above the orange line in this particular scenario. So if the hold harmless was to go away, there would be a small decrease from where we were in the hold harmless, but the decrease is actually significantly smaller. And you're looking at it where we're actually being funded on what we're earning in that fiscal year in the SCFF calculations. So if you go down to the next slide, you can see that in this scenario, we are still sitting in the hold harmless in fiscal year 25, 26, but just barely. So it's really, in this particular scenario, it will take some time for us to grow it back. But that 5% a year, if by 25, 26, we get back to enrollment as it was pre-pandemic, we're really sitting in a much better situation.
If I may jump in for just a minute before we go to the next slide. And can you scroll? I mean, this is an example, but actually, if you can scroll up maybe one or two more to the hold harmless extension keep going up. One more after this. One more right here. Just stop there for a second. I just want to point out there's much work to do, right? Now think about it. If we start now, the slide James just talked about, 5% increase every year with all the right pieces happening and et cetera and so on, we'll get to the point that, okay, we're sort of in a place that like it has worked for many, 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 many years, long before SCFF, of we can count on, okay, if we do these things, this is the money we're going to get. If we have declining enrollment, we'll get stability. And so it puts us in a good situation where we can plan, make decisions the way they've been made in different ways for a long period of time, right? The stability of finances. Here, if we get into this situation where there's a gap, whether we're getting $25 million more than because of the hold harmless only, there's a lot of unintended consequences going to be happening with campuses. There's decisions that are going to be made of, hey, we're getting all this money where we don't have as many students and et cetera, and how do we want to deal with it? Is it worth our effort to work for 5 or 6 or 10 years to try to get to a place where we're actually earning the money? The legislature, I don't know if they're going to, I don't know what conversations are going to go on with this or whether they put a sunset to this. There's a lot of issues that are very clearly unknown, regarding this particular topic. And I just wanted to point that out, and the board may have questions in a minute, but if we can advance then to the final or the slide we left off on, the bar chart, and James, I think, was going to take this one, or either one. No, the next one. Unless you wanted me to.
I can do it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, okay, so this really was looking at the percentage change in our funding, so our actual funding compared to the COLAs that were used in the assumptions. So really, what's our real funding change versus what was given to the funding in the COLA as a percentage. And I was going to do this as part of every single scenario, and I realized that under every scenario, we're funded exactly in the same way, and so we end up with almost the exact same chart everywhere we go. So you can see that in all of these different years, our annual funding is actually lower than what the statutory COLA is. So, and that has a lot to do with changes in FTES, changes in student-centered in success metrics. If you're in stability because you're in a decline, in one year you get, you're seeing that decline the following year. All of those kind of contribute to the fact that our real revenue growth is lower than what the statutory COLA is. And you'll see in fiscal year 24-25, because that's still the old hold harmless, the COLA and our funding actually match, because we would have been funded at hold harmless, and then you just grow, and that hold harmless grows by COLA, so that's a match. And then you can really see how in fiscal year 25-26, you've got a 3% statutory COLA, and the district would receive a 0% in terms of additional funding.
And again, this slide actually, I think, is a excellent slide to portray that. It doesn't count. It's not looking at expenditures at all of, well, what are our cost increases and how does that compare to the COLA? It doesn't look at collective bargaining. It doesn't look at anything. It just looks at, here's what the statutory COLA is, and here's how much actually we received in terms of funding, and it doesn't match. It's less than, as James said. And he mentioned earlier, this blue line here represents whatever our funding was. The highest amount from all those three sources of funding is represented here on this line. And I think there's one or two slides at the end, maybe, which we probably have already described. We'll open it up to questions if that's okay.
Dr. Gillespie?
Yeah, I want to thank Dave and James for this overview here. And yeah, and to get back to Trustee McKay's question a little bit, fortunately, as a district, we've really been budgeting on more of what we see as that guaranteed recurring revenue. So anything that's been above the hold harmless that we have received as a result of additional monies coming in through the SCFF metrics, we've, for the most part, counted those as one-time funds. And I think it's prudent to be doing that because we're actually in a position where we have plenty of dollars to be offering class sections right now. And the issue is we're not getting enough students to fill them. So ever since the pandemic has occurred, fill rates are going down overall. I mean, we still fill English, we fill math, some of these others, but overall the fill rates are down, the productivity is down. So our challenge is really in all of the work we can do through creative scheduling, through outreach recruitment, and through retention efforts to get the fill rates back up. So we have the class sections, we have the resources. We're offering 300 fewer sections across our district right now than we were pre-pandemic, and that money is still there to offer them. But the demand is not there, so it's creating that demand again and getting more students coming to our colleges. And I'm hopeful that once the pandemic takes a different turn, we can start to get some of those students back. But it's hard to know what's really going to turn that trend around at this point. But it's helpful to have these different scenarios because it really puts it in helps us with the planning considerably.
Yeah, no. So when you say like one time, like some of the improvements that we've made on campuses to be able to have bigger classrooms and those kinds of things, that's the okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or to offer sections like using part-time faculty and that sort of thing to where we're not locked into recurring expenses going forward.
Right.
Chair McKay.
Go, Trustee Perez.
I mean, man, just a lingering thought. I mean, if this is not sobering information, what I'm really concerned about is how drastic is the change going to be in the May revising? Is it going to be to the good or to the bad? So
I mean, it just depends. There are pundits right now that are saying this recession could be, another 2008 style one, which will be, pretty awful. So we just have to hope it doesn't go that way. A lot of people said that when the pandemic first came and it didn't, turn out that way. So we just have to hang on to some enthusiasm, keep promoting our colleges, hope that we can, hit some of those growth numbers and that we don't keep shrinking. I mean, that's what we have these committees working so hard on, and trying new things. That's what we can do. Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to, I've stated before, now that the presentation is over, thank you very much for the work that was really put into it. It allowed me to truly understand the budget, to really see just how it fits in. I know we still have to wait for the May revise and then just, but it was really, I'm very visual, so it allowed me to be able to see it visually and to understand it and how it correlates with the decisions we're making in policy. And I'm hoping that as we're going to be seeing from Dr. Herrera, we'll also be able to hear maybe quarterly, we can establish also a timeline when we'll be able to hear from you, particularly as so many changes are happening and we're having to make decisions that are based on the budget as we're making policy, as we're adopting budgets, as we're looking at so many things, because I found this so important. I see the both of them coming together and presenting to us continuously as information may be coming your way, because it's, as we approve a final budget, this for me was very insightful, and having information coming to me and explaining it and the visuals is really helpful when we need to make those difficult decisions. So I wanted to just also acknowledge the hard work of the entire team and presenting, because you were probably thinking, how do we present it to the trustees, like all of this dense information so it makes sense? And you were able to do it because it was very easy for me to understand and to follow through. So I wanted to acknowledge the hard work, because when it comes to budget, unless you are in this business, it makes it really difficult to explain it to others. And you did such a wonderful job. And I'm actually taking notes, and I'm excited because I can say, oh my God, I got it. I understood it. And I was able to see the correlation. So I wanted to say that because the fact that it allowed me to see how it correlates to other programs into our college speaks a lot about the intentionality and the thought that went into putting together these slides. Because although they look simple, there's nothing simple about it. It was very much intentional about making it easy for anybody to understand who's not doing what you do. So I wanted to really acknowledge the work you did as well. Thank you.
Thank you. When you take, that we're down, I'll get you, Trustee Rodriguez, we're down 300 sections, about how many, so that's a lot of, I would imagine, adjunct professors that are not teaching for us right now. I mean, that's a huge reduction that we've already made. And I guess it would be nice to, not nice, it would be informative to know, who we were, that's obviously a lot of that's not happened already. And, kind of what that looks like, because it's a grim reality for those that are expected to teach and are not. So, Trustee Rodriguez.
I also just wanted to commend the work of Vice Chancellor Fatal and Director James and your staff for all the hard work. I'm really glad we met a few months ago, because I think, just having a better understanding of it, I was able to follow along. And I wanted to ask, what the best and the worst scenarios were, but I think you covered that really abundantly clear during your presentation. So I hope we get scenario 5. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from trustees? I echo, thank you for such a presentation that was easy to understand and kind of take in, because we all know what the revenue means. It's what we have to spend underneath it and how to spend it. So I appreciate it very much. Chancellor, we are, kind of well past our endpoint, so we will move the DAC organizational priorities to our February meeting. Is there anything else that we did not cover that we needed to cover today?
I actually had a comment regarding the priorities on a position. And so I don't know if I can ask my question or I have to wait until February, but it has to do with the diversity position at director, the DEI director position.
It's on our agenda, so go ahead and ask your question, because then maybe it'll be answered at our February meeting.
So I was trying to understand where how in the process there is board input. I know we had discussed in the DEI committee that, or ad hoc committee, we would like this position to report directly to the chancellor because of the work that it entails, as they're going to be looking through DEI lens. And so we felt that the chancellor would be the best person to really be able to report to us, and because this position would give us so much a good overview. And so I saw the job description, but when it says it comes to the board for approval, it almost seems like it's gone through, because Personnel Commission, it was in the Personnel Commission this past week. And so is it just coming to us to say, I'm accepting it, or I don't? Because I do want something like this, but I feel that there was input. I don't know where in the process we can provide that input, given the fact that there hasn't been a DEI ad hoc committee meeting, and this is a position that we had discussed that we really wanted to be able to provide input for the board because it was a top position for the board. And I'm just trying to determine, when it comes to us for approval, what does that mean? Because I want it, but I don't know if I'm in support of the way it currently looks.
So the board, had provided input at committees and even board meetings. We talked about what are some of the roles and duties we'd like to see the DEI director do. And one thing was that there was concern about Title IX being in as part of the responsibilities, and we took that out. So of that list of responsibilities that's given to HR to look at, where that fits within our administrative classifications, and it really fit into director level positions, because a big push on this position is going to be doing a lot of work in HR around helping with the working with search committees and making sure we have diverse pools of candidates, and have hiring and retention of diverse employees as well. And with the director level position, it was really made sense to have that reporting to the vice chancellor of HR, because a lot of the operational activities and support would be occurring through HR. This person will also be working with and helping with the district-wide DEI committees, but it was basically through the work of HR and looking at the level of the position that set it where it's at. And so the Personnel Commission has approved it. The intent is to get it posted here probably in the next week or two, and the board would still need to approve the position at the February board. If the board has discussion and wants to recommend some changes, that could happen there. If the board doesn't approve it, the posting would be pulled and further revisions would occur.
That's helpful. Thank you, Greg. I just wanted to know how it would work in the process and where we can give the input. And so that's helpful, because I saw it and I said, okay, I'm going to ask my question to find out where we are, since I know with Chair McKay, and we met with Ted during the DEI ad hoc committee meeting, and we had discussed that this is such an important position. We really wanted to be able to give our perspective as a board and ensure that our perspective was added, our voice, and it hasn't come for a discussion as a whole board, because this is so important. And I've seen associate vice chancellors and maybe vice chancellors, and I can send you the information at other institutions, because I was doing some research from the ad hoc committee to see how things look like in other places. And so that would be helpful. If that's a place where we can give some of the input, then I'll give my input then. So that's good to know.
Yeah, and we'll provide then more background on with the board item as to why it's being presented in this manner.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
So anything else for today that we need to discuss?
I had a question about the positions as well. It doesn't have to be answered today. Maybe it could be answered at when we review, but I just had a question about how the positions would affect the budget allocation model. There was only, I think, one sentence dedicated to it in the presentation, the allocation model adjusted to reflect new percentage distribution to the DAC for general fund and district wide. I was just kind of curious, I mean, how that would look like, and you know, how that would go through the participatory governance process. But I think I'm kind of tired, so if you could answer that.
Well, just to let you know real quick that the District Council on Administrative Services has all of that information. So I've had a couple meetings with them and have shared with them the priorities and position requests. And what we're really asking DCAS to do is to kind of come up with a recommendation around the funding. As you can see, we're asking for over a 2-year period for the district funding to increase by the $2.4 million. And, you know, they're looking at all the information that Vice Chancellor Elvital and James presented this afternoon, and we'll come back with a recommendation that, yeah, if we recommend funding the 2.4 million, here's what that would look like and the implications of it. And they may come back and say, we recommend funding $1 million. So it's going through a review process, and our vice chancellors will be spending time at DCAS. The board's role will really be kind of twofold. The first one will be is if there's a recommendation to adjust the allocation model or to use some other funds to fund some or all of these positions, then the board would take action to approve that adjustment to the funding model, which would then impact our budgeting and it would provide the money for the positions. Then the next step would be the board would be approving any of these new positions that get created after that.
And I know this is their question because it's just was, but we don't know much about it, but some of that funding that they thought was for IT security and that kind of thing, maybe that could be used for the IT positions that I saw in here, maybe not. I mean, so we just don't know. I mean, we probably don't have enough information yet to go there.
Yeah, we're trying to get that all put together still. But we won't be bringing positions to the board that aren't funded. That's why it's going through DCAS. I mean, we have to have a plan on how are we going to fund these. And I also want to make sure we have across the district understanding among the college presidents, the colleges, the DCAS members, why these positions are needed and why they're a priority. And that I want the board to be aware of that too, and that we can review in February.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
I know Josh isn't here, but I don't know if you wanted to just mention potential dates that the board might be available for the DEI training that we need to schedule.
Oh, that is right. Thank you for that reminder. It was in February. We're looking for a couple of dates. Ted Bagley's group is available all of the Saturdays in February. It's going to require 2 4-hour sessions. They shouldn't be too far apart. I suppose, you know, we could do an option of doing a 5 to 9 session in an evening, but I really feel like Saturdays were fresher and after not having worked a whole day. For me personally, I have 2 of my boys' birthday that we're celebrating on the February the 5th, and it will also have been my first, it's, you know, after next week doing CCLC presentations all weekend, it's the first weekend I'll have had off. So that would be to actually have a weekend off, and maybe start the following Saturday, which I think is the 12th.
The 12th, so it could potentially be the 12th and the 26th. If there's 2 weeks in between, so it's not consecutive Saturdays. We could do the 19th and the 5th, or we can do the 26th of February and the 12th of March if for some reason people have their Saturdays already booked. Maybe Laura, since Josh isn't here, maybe what does Laura do, Greg? They're really nice. She sends like this invite and she polls people and then we choose.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
recommended
and
it.
just to let you know, on the 19th, that's part of a
4-day
four-day weekend for the district. All district employees are off Friday and Monday. I mean, it doesn't mean that somebody can't get there to open the boardroom or do some other help, but it's just everybody is off.
Maybe if we pull the 12th and the 26th, and the reason I'm saying that, my guess is, in addition, those are 4-hour sessions. If we have need an hour for chancellor search special meeting, we could do that, because this is during our really busy time for that. That allows Narcissa some dates that she could frame of times that things she might need to ask the board, since the board has expressed the will of wanting to do most of that as a board.
That's a really good idea, Chair McKay. That's a really good point.
So I don't know. I know, if everyone wants to just look at their calendars and get back to Laura, that would be great. But those are kind of the things we need to get that settled. It was a commitment that we made, and I know we've been doing a lot of work, but like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of work with the chancellor search. So let's just keep plowing along and getting it done.
So we kind of block out 9 to 1 is what we planned then, to allow that extra hour just in case. And that'll be for the 12th and the 26th. So just email Laura and or me to confirm that works for you. Yeah.
Does that
Actually, I'll send an email out, Chair McKay, to everyone, so we can get it, firmed up.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay.
And with that, thank you for that reminder. I remembered that this morning and went away. Any other, Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, I was just curious, am I included in the DEI training? I don't think I've asked yet.
I sure hope so.
Okay.
Did you not get your interview time with Ted and Chip? Okay, well, Trustee Torres and I will work on that.
All right, I'll email you. I wanted to email you before, but I just didn't get a chance. But I'll email you guys.
I'm really sorry. We kind of started, and yeah, okay. No, we very much want you to get all you can out of this, and also have your input, because it's very important for us as a student. That's what we're here for.
All right, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. If not, thank you all. I know we went over today, but it was all really important stuff. I appreciate everyone's patience. Have a great rest of your weekend, and see you. I guess I'm not going to see any of you except Greg in Sacramento. So.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.